Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's one-shot edition of the Cloister of the Dice. We're here playing a new game for a one-shot today. We're playing Beacon. So get ready for some fun action on that one. Of course, I'm your MC behind the scenes. I'm John, and we're joined by our players, Lady K, Mildred the Monk, Slick Rick, Ember, and our new player, Shar, and our guest GM, Tim. Guys, how we doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Excited!
Ah, shit. Hold on.
I had a botch.
Oh no.
Well, no.
Never without a botch, ladies and
No.
gentlemen.
So this time it was not with Discord, it was with Spotify.
Oh, that didn't take long.
God dang Spotify.
Hey,
there goes
I
our
went almost
sponsorship.
a month, sir.
Well, regardless, one for the counter.
Okay.
All right, we good?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I got it working already. I was just putting it out there that we needed to reset the counter.
All right, moving on.
Incoming dice gremlin?
Hey there.
Monk, I believe it's time for your normal preamble.
Yes, yes, it is. But hello, everyone. Hope you have survived being frozen today. I'm told some people are panicking over the blast of cold over the last few days, which I know some of you are not as used to it as I am, but I just have to look at it and go, amateurs.
Yeah, fuck off.
I was about to say the same thing.
Sits
But-
over here and eats popcorn.
Oh, you'll all have your moments of freezing in the near future, I'm certain. But we are back once again with a slightly chaotic affair. One that had a bit of setup, covering a game that I had previously talked about and obviously done interviews about with our good friend here, Tim Gonzalez. I made the Tim the Enchanter joke again. I did that the first time we talked as well. I had told him I could either do a Tim the Enchanter joke or a Speedy Gonzalez joke. Take your pick.
Yeah.
Ha! There, now you can't see the enemies. Ha 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 ha.
But for a small bit of context with everyone, Beacon is a I guess a multi-genre style of fantasy game that is as the art on the itch.io site would heavily implies, is largely inspired by Final Fantasy. So of course, bringing him in with me is inevitable, as well as elements of Lancer and D&D 4th edition. You know, the edition I'm supposed to hate, but I don't because the check bounced. And obviously, I did a interview with him a few years back, and I did a bit of an impressions vid on Beacon when I was contrasting it with Fabula Ultima, along with doing a similar thing on Break, which is another project that may get coverage in the future. But I will admit, as a bit of a background thing, because of some of the aspects of the way Beacon works, setting up the one shot itself was a little bit tricky and did require a few compromises. but we are here. Everybody's had their things set up. So as I often say with these things, Tim, tell us a story.
Excellent. Thank you. So yes, so Beacon, Final Fantasy, inspired in the narrative design and the settings, mechanically inspired by Lancer and D&D 4e. It's a tactical role-playing game with a focus on character creation and crunchy combat. In the interest of doing a one-shot, what we've done is I've created pre-generated characters for everyone. And since it's most everyone's first time playing Beacon as well, we're going to skip some of the character creation aspects, which, by the way, I love the character creation aspects of this. It includes rules for creating your own setting together. But we're going to do a very abrupt, streamlined version of that so we can jump into our combat scene. So, to get started, I'll give you guys the situation through this little micro quest that you guys have. So, setting the scene. There is in your fantasy world, of which the details are going to be left vague and blank on purpose so that you can fill in as needed. But in this fantasy world, there is a great ancient dragon named Emberscale. And when I say ancient, I mean this dragon has been around longer than anyone knows. There's no point of recorded history that this dragon has not existed in. And this dragon is of such strength and epic proportions that no one's been able to defeat this dragon. The greatest heroes, the most powerful technology and magics, everything has failed. So, over time, people have learned to adapt. This dragon, Emberscale, has been treated more like a natural disaster that you can control in much the same way you might be able to set up early warning signals for tornadoes, earthquake detectors. So has such support been set up around the area where Emberscale lives. What people have done, they've made sure that there's plenty of food that Emberscale likes, plenty of fields of sheep and whatnot for Emberscale to pick apart as they need. Make sure people don't live in the immediate area around Emberscale's dwelling, and over time, this has settled into a fairly safe situation. Every once in a while, Emberscale might get a little mad, might venture out a little further than they used to, but with everything set up, it's been pretty comfortable now. Everyone knows who Emberscale is, and everyone's learned to deal with this and live with this. Which is why it was so surprising yesterday when Emberscale went on a rampage, the likes of which this area has not seen in centuries. Emberscale is burning everything down. The area is on fire. People are panicking, running. They're caught in these massive forest fires with nowhere to go. And that's where you, our beacons, our heroes, come in. You have been tasked not with stopping Emberscale, not with defeating Emberscale, because quite honestly, that can't be done. Stronger, better people than you have tried and failed. And it's not something that realistically anyone can do. However, what we do need brave people for is helping the people caught in this disaster. You have been tasked with going deep into the area that is ablaze and on fire and finding people that need rescuing and bringing them to safety. Because in addition to the danger of, everything being on fire, this rampage has also brought opportunists out of the woodwork. Thieves, bandits, pyromancers, cultists that worship Ember Scale. They are also out and about and causing problems. So it's up to you, our beacons, our heroes, to go and help as many people as you can, while the scientists, the artificers, try to figure out what's going on with Ember Scale and how to rein in this situation.
In other words, we are not the dragon slaying heroes. We are crowd control.
Oh, right. Yeah, and it's not that you couldn't be dragon slaying heroes. So Beacon assumes that at level 1, you're heroes. You are larger than life characters that people look up to in times of need, whether you're truly heroic or not. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that being a beacon means people look up to you, in whatever way that means. So let's say you are perfectly capable as a group of fighting and defeating a dragon right now. Ember Scale is a whole nother league. So yeah, you're on support duty, trying to help people.
Oh god, I'm gonna need help with rolling dice again.
No worries, we'll get you. We got you.
I
Yep.
just remembered the slash button doesn't work for me still.
Good news, you should only need a D20 and a D6. Sometimes a D3, but you could use the D6 for that as well. So worst case, just copy paste those two, the formula for those, and we can use that. Or if you want someone else to roll as well, we can always do that. All right, so let's go over our characters.
And-
So, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just to double check, you said just 1d6 or 1d10?
D20 and D6.
Oh, d20 and d6, okay. I'm gonna
Yeah,
put
you
those
might
D6
roll
in the
multiple
chat board.
D6s, but you'll only ever, like, for physical dice at the game, it only uses D20 and D6s.
Fudge, it's not gonna let me put... Alright. Sorry, I'm just putting these in chat for Ember really quick into her DMs.
Thank
Sure.
you. Because I'm not gonna remember it.
And all you gotta do is just change that 1 to any number of dice that you need to roll. But there
Got
you
it.
go.
We have to what?
Oh, Ember's been having issues with roll 20.
Keyboard.
Okay. But it
So-
is just like slash
It's
D.
slash R space, for instance,
slash R. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, so in
Okay,
roll
yeah,
20, I
easy
just
enough.
did it, but without the period.
Yeah.
I also like to bring up, there is a dice ruler on the side that you can also do without having to type it.
Oh, yeah.
There is. Oh, on the left side?
oh yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah,
under
I see
roller.
that. Oh, I'll probably do that. I'll probably do that.
Yeah, full disclosure, it's been quite a while since I've run something in roll 20, so there's new features. I know
Oh.
they always had that dice, but if I'm slow in roll 20, that'll be why.
I'm getting my bad rolls out. That's okay.
And you think that one bad roll is going to be enough? That is adorable.
Oh no, I know for sure it's a precursor to all the bad rolls to come.
How many fails do we had that one session again?
Actually, actually, Storm Drago, yes, there are virtual dice in Roll20.
I simply cannot believe the number of threes are on the table right now.
One
Hold on,
quick
now
second.
I gotta see.
We got 4 threes.
What is this? Liar's dice?
Now, good news for
There we go.
for combat scenes. This game does have something called a reroll table. It has some amount of built-in bad roll protection, where you can basically reroll your attack or your save or whatever at the cost of taking some sort of penalty. So there is some sort of either push your luck or take a bad thing to try again, built into the game.
Mhm.
Okay.
Looks like we're having pizza for dinner.
So, with that said, you had mentioned you had mentioned just getting the ground running when it comes to the characters, and since going into full names and backgrounds is a bit redundant for a one shot, we had agreed to go with titles essentially.
Yep.
And
So, go ahead.
I think I was given the way you had things arranged. I suppose I have to go first.
Yeah, so I can explain the concept of a title as well. So, in a normal game, like, you could spend your entire session 0, character creation, setting creation, everything. But for our characters, one of the things that makes up a character is their title. I explained that characters at level 1 are already heroes. They're larger than life. And they all have something called a title. This would be something like the Azure Dragoon, the Hero of Time. These would be things that, one of the ways you can think about your title is, everyday people may not know your character's individual name. Like, people may not know who Estinian is, but they would know about the Azure Dragoon. And that's one of the ways to think about your title. It's how other people would refer to you without, knowing anything about your name. So what we can do is come up with a title for each of your characters. We'll use that for our names, and then we can proceed. And what I can do as well is, if we, like, Mildred, if we want to start with you, I can, like, explain what your class is, like, high level, what they do, in case that would help with coming up with a title for them. Or if you already know, like, a title you want to use, just go right with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to do a, if we start with you, do you want me to do a high level summary of what your class is?
I would say yes, just to get everyone on the same page.
Sure. All right. So you are playing a paladin. Your ancestry is human, but that has not a huge impact to your ancestry. But what you are is a paladin. You are a defender / support. Paladins are, as a defender, any character is capable of defending in this game. But as a paladin, it is easier for you to do than others. You have access to auras that will assist your allies when they make saves. You are also exceptionally good at protecting one specific person with fewer restrictions than normal. And if people do choose to attack someone instead of you, you can optionally punish them. So you are an excellent bodyguard, and even if you are not actively throwing yourself in in front of an ally, you can also just punish someone for daring to not attack you.
Which, a bit of life imitating art, I suppose.
Basically, from the way you're describing the paladin, it is basically the self-centered kid, but as a game mechanic. It's like, he wants to be attention. If you're not paying attention, he makes your life hell.
It's the ability it's called is retribution. It is you are going to I am going to protect my allies one way or another. You are either going to hit me or I'm going to make you regret it. You have access to a photon axe and a shard shredder. Shard shredder is basically Magitech shotgun. You've got heavy armor. You can heal people. And yeah, that's you've got other things you can do, but that's your high level summary of what the paladin can do.
Oh yeah.
Shall we go through what all the classes are to give everyone some time to
There's
think of their
way
titles?
too many classes in
Well,
Beacon
no,
to
the ones that we're playing.
Well, the ones in
Well,
this current
yeah.
one.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I can roll through everyone, so that'll also give everyone more time to think about like what their title is and think about it in comparison to others as well.
Mhm.
So I'll just move down the sheet then. So Kay, you are the Phoenix.
Yes.
You're an elf Phoenix. Phoenix is an artillery class, which means they're long-ranged DPS. Their niche is specifically in damage over time. In Beacon, it's called Discord damage, which is a catch-all term for poison, being on fire, freezing to death. Like, any damage over time is just one damage type, and it's called Discord in this game.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's the Pyromancer as a class. But the narrative flavor for it is Phoenix Rebirth, the benefits of fire. As a Phoenix, you're better with things that do Discord, so your Discord is harder hitting than other people's abilities that would do Discord, and you are resistant to Discord and astral damage, which all elemental damage in Beacon basically rolls into two types. It's either astral or lunar. So astral would be lightning, fire, anything hot and energetic. Lunar is ice, cold, toxin, dark, anything. It's kind of the opposite,
Okay.
which is probably useful considering you're going into a fire. You'll be
yeah.
resistant to astral. You do have access to a couple weapons, a solar flare artifact and
Yeah,
a
I've been reading
rapier.
over my sheet.
You what?
I have been reading over my sheet, so yay.
Perfect. Yeah, and then as a spellcaster, most of your abilities are in your techniques section, which would be skills and spells. So you can burn people with a couple different effects. You can make a big explosion. You can hit automatically with magic missile, or you can hinder people with the hinder spell.
Ooh.
So that's the Phoenix.
Yay.
All right,
So.
Char.
Oh, go ahead.
You are the warlord. So you are a Machina warlord, which means you're a mechanical construct warlord. The warlord is a support class, which it can mean you heal your allies, which is actually how the Life Weaver works when we get to that, or you just enable or improve your allies, and that's more where the warlord resides. For anyone familiar with 4E, it's inspired by the 4E warlord. You are good at making your allies do things on your behalf. So you can basically call out enemies during your turn to have your allies attack them. And when your allies or you are healing yourselves, you can also heal a little bit. It's temp HP, but I'm going to say healing. To bolster nearby allies as well. Weaponry, you've got a storm bow, which is a big bow that hurts and can push people. and a whip for close range combat. You've got a flag that you can plant in the ground in your support items. That if you or your allies are nearby it, makes them better. And then for other abilities, you can command your allies at range to make attacks. And you've also got the ability to use a shocking grasp, like close range electrical shock on people that are close to you. I should mention that every class in Beacon has access to magic. Every character can use magic. Even the Berserker, which we'll get to, may not be the best at magic, but is able to use magic, and magic influences the flavor of some of their abilities. So any character you can choose, like, oh yeah, they don't use magic, like everything I do is mundane. But the base assumption of the game is that anyone has the ability to. The game doesn't say, like, this one class, you can't use magic. It's not for you to play with. Moving on next, Rick, we've got the Orc Berserker. Talking about Berserker. Orc Berserker, you're big, you've got a ton of hit points, and you hit like a freight train. That is the Berserker. You just things can keep attacking you, and you will just cut things down. So, you can deal bonus damage when you hit in at the cost of making yourself easier to hit. When you crit, the Berserker is a crit-focused class. If you critically hit something, you get to hit it again. For weaponry, you're close-range focused. You've got a Maul, which is a big, heavy-hitting, hard to hit with, but if you hit with a Maul, something's probably going down. And you also have a Rune Spear for better reach, which would be for opportunity attacks and certain effects, and for throwing, if you want to throw a spear in someone's face.
There's nothing wrong with a good headshot from a spear.
Exactly. You just do so much damage on a crit. You have the ability to charge, which is move your speed and hit someone. If you defeat someone, you get stronger, and you do have, as a ranged option, you do have access to a hinder spell to deal stress to enemies and hamper them. And then we got John. We've got the dwarf Lifeweaver. So I mentioned, I alluded to Lifeweaver before. Lifeweaver is like your pure healer class. It's one of the few classes that can actually heal hit points instead of giving temporary hit points. One of your niches is you've got a ton of recoveries. So in combat, characters can spend recoveries to heal themselves. You've got a giant pool of them and can use yours on the behalf of your allies. So they don't even need to dip into their reserves to heal themselves. You can clear conditions really easily. And if someone gets bloodied, which means they're at half of their hit points, as a reaction, you can heal them a little bit as well. Weaponry, you've got a Forbidden Tome, which is basically lets you do ranged magical explosions at a distance. For spells, for techniques, you can give an ally a soul shield of temporary hit points. You can attack enemies to drain their life or vitality and give it to your allies. You've got a basic magic attack in your Arcane Bolt. And yeah, you've got mana potions and healing potions for your support items.
Mm-hmm.
And then last up, we've got Ember playing the Goblin Druid. So Druid is a controller class, so they don't specialize in damage or defense or healing, they focus on battlefield control. That can work in a lot of different ways. The way the druid does it is through positioning. So they can, if they push, pull, or slide enemies, they can increase the distance that they're moved. And for every space they're moved, they get to create a thorny briar patch in the spaces they move through, which then damages and hampers the movement of other enemies. And you also have the ability to root enemies in place if you hit them with opportunity attacks. To assist with that, you have a Vine Whip as a weapon, which is extremely low damage, but it has exceptional reach. I think it's the largest reach in the game, which works great for your traits, and if you do crit with it, you get to slide them around. So it's absolutely a crowd control weapon. It's not a damage weapon. For kind of like basic damage, you've got your shard gun rifle, your Magitech rifle, which is good at range. For your techniques, you've got a gust of wind that you can either. So druid is kind of flexible on, not at level 1, but as they get more levels, they have flexible spells, which means they can do them either quickly or slower for greater effect. So you've got an ability to deal damage and move people around through gust of wind. You got your AoE explosion, and your basic range attack with your arcane bolt. Characters also have access to things called talents, but honestly, we're gonna skip those for now. If it comes up, we'll mention them as the combat scene goes on, but we'll just skip the talents for now and what they do. But they're an additional level of character customization that you can add to your characters. All right, so that is the 6 characters that we have for this one shot.
Mhm.
And it looks like some of you have already gone in and started putting in some titles.
Yeah, I had put in the title of Bulwark.
Excellent. So we've got the Bulwark.
I'm bad with names, so this sucks.
And here's the thing, it's not a name, it's a title. So just like, how would other people refer to the character, or what is this character known for doing? What's your character again?
Goblin Druid. I'm bad at these type of things.
So that it could be something like the Stormbringer, something about the Earth, like the Earth Speaker. You're as a goblin, it could be something goblin themed,
Just to
like the I was about to say like the Green Goblin, but
actually, Ember, looking at one of your traits, it's called Briar Patch. What if you use something along the lines of thorns?
Yeah. You spell thorns. THR.
Like thorn daggers.
I am
something like
mother.
that.
I am mother.
Let's see.
I mean, for a goblin, they can misspell it, and even though it's thorns, it's spelled thrones. Or however I spelled it.
yeah. So on your character sheets, there's a section for title. Yeah. So then it looks like we just do Ember and Rick. We'll just do the title for you guys.
I already did mine. I'm just gotta confirm it.
Oh, mine isn't capitalized either, so.
Ah.
Yes, I spelled thorns like that. So, make of it as you will, trying to pronounce it literally or the way my character pronounced it.
Thorns.
I have dyslexia, so it doesn't help.
All right. Well, what's the intent behind it?
I was thinking, they're not the smartest goblin, so they struggle spelling like me to make up for it. So instead of spelling thorns, like, was suggested, they spelled like this.
I mean, the current spelling of it is Thrones, which is funny and also sounds like a cool title in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright, so I believe we've got everyone set up. So we have Bulwark the Paladin. We have the Flamewalker Phoenix. We have the Mother of Small Bodies Warlord. We have the Broken Goliath Berserker. We have the Forger of Life Lifeweaver. And we have Thrones the Druid. All right. So, now that we have those figured out, we can go ahead and start with our combat scene. So, I'll move us over to the Roll20 page for that. I'll give a high-level summary of how the combat works within Beacon, and then we can go from there. So, I'm going to intentionally not explain how everything works right off the beginning, because
No.
I don't want to overwhelm. We will explain things, the high-level basics of what you need, and then we'll go and we'll bring up more things as we go if they become relevant. So if anyone's listening and is screaming at me like, that's not how it works, or they're not using, that's fine. The disadvantage of doing pre-generated characters is you didn't choose and know everything that goes into your character right off the bat. There's benefits from a speed perspective and not being overrun with choices for a one shot. Works great for that, but that's like the disadvantage is you didn't do the puzzle building, select the pieces by yourself. So that's why we'll do this in this way. What I'll also oh, go ahead.
I was going to also say for anyone who's complaining about that, keep in mind Tim here has final say given he created it, so he knows better than anyone.
I like how there's a character named Dave.
Oh yes. We'll get to Dave. Yeah, I also forget things a lot. Like Beacon is legitimately a complicated game. Like it's meant to be. It's like it wasn't accidentally this complicated. It works best with campaigns where you're building your characters, you're increasing the complexity as you go. Same thing with the person running it. They're getting familiar with your characters, what they do with the enemies, how best to challenge you. You know, it flourishes best in the longer streams. But we're gonna figure out how this goes, get a little taste for it, and hopefully by the end of this, you'll be interested in, you'll like the idea of, oh, I would like to change my character this way, or oh, I would like to try out this type of character and build a new character. I love character creation. It's meant to be a play around with builds sort of game. The other thing I'll say as we go through combat is I don't necessarily, especially at the beginning, I don't need you all to tell me like exactly mechanically I want to do this and use this ability. Feel free, and if you want to do that, that's fine. But I want you to feel free to like explain what you want to do, what you intend to do. Saying something like, I want to attack this enemy. we can then go, great, here's how you'll do it, this is the best way to do it, here's the abilities you use, we'll go as we go through. So, combat in Beacon. Combat in Beacon operates in something called phases. There are 8 phases in a combat scene. And for our beacons, for our heroes, each phase determines what you can do for your actions. So there's a lot of different things your characters can do, but they're split apart into different phases, and you get 1 turn each round to basically act within one of those phases. So when your turn comes around, you don't have to look at all the different things you can do and make a decision right there. When each phase comes around, you basically can just think, all right, do I need to do any of the things that happen in this phase? No? All right, the next phase is around. Do I need to do one of these things? No. Until you get to the point where you want to take one of your actions. So, the different phases in combat, the first one is bolstering, which is your defend and healing. So for a paladin, you'll often want to act in phase 1 to generate focus, which is basically your get your temporary resource that you can spend to protect people. And if you're hurt, if anyone's hurt, or I don't know if anyone has reloading weapons, but if you're hurt or you need to get rid of bad status conditions, you would also go phase 1 to get rid of those. Alright. Phase 2 is channeling. There are certain abilities in the game that are channeled. This means you start using it in phase 2, and then it resolves later in the round. It resolves in phase 6. So this is for stuff like your channeling, your big, powerful, arcane explosion. The disadvantage is that if you get damaged, there's a chance you could lose the action. You could lose concentration on this ability. So people that channel spells or channel abilities probably want to be close to allies or want to make sure they're in a safe location. The upside? If you get a channeled ability off, it's usually pretty darn strong, or like automatically hits. Like you don't have to worry about rolling or anything. Let's add phase 2 to the list. Alright. Phase 3 is your skirmish phase. This is basically your ranged options. So this would be you want to make ranged attacks, or you want to mark an enemy. Marking is important for the warlord. You go in phase 3. Also, you guys don't need to remember what the phases do either. I'll go over it each time they come up. But phase 4, yeah. I am trying to minimize the amount you guys need to like remember at any given time. So the way the phases work will help with that. Phase 4 is reposition. Hey, if you got to move extra, you can already move during your turn, but if you need to move extra or hide, phase 5 is when you want to go. Phase 4 is when you want to go. Phase 5 is brawl. That's your melee phase. You want to hit something? Phase 5. Phase 6 is releasing. That's where, if you had a channeled ability, this is where it goes off. You can't take normal turns in phase 6. It's just where, hey, if you channeled something, this is where it goes. Alright. Phase 7 is a powerful phase. It's called full attack. Phase 7 is if you want to hit twice. If you want to make 2 attacks, melee or ranged, doesn't matter. If you want to make 2 attacks, you go in phase 7. There's also certain weapons, none of you have them now, but there's also certain weapons that can only be used in phase 7. But basically, it's one of the slowest phases you can go in, but the upside is you get to make 2 attacks. And then finally, there's phase 8, which is just, hey, if you haven't gone yet, this is where you go. You go in phase 8. You always have to take a turn each round. So if you didn't do anything before, or if you missed the opportunity, say you go, oh, it's phase 4 and I realize I didn't go yet and I really need to heal myself. You just wait until phase 8 and then you get to do it. So that's how combat will work for you, the PCs. Each phase will come around. You pick where you want to go, and you take your actions then. Enemies, excuse me. Enemies work differently. They have a set initiative, which basically means they have a phase that they go in. And it corresponds to their strengths. Defender enemies usually go in phase 1. The upside of them going very fast is that they're usually not high damaging. You got an enemy that mostly does close range, they probably go in phase 5. They operate this way because it allows you to plan around what the enemies do, and if enemies work the same way PCs do, the GMs would go crazy. Because that's how it used to work in the early development of the game, and that was a nightmare. So that's the way. That's the flow of the combat scenes. For your actual turns, you'll take 1 turn each round. You can move, then you can take an action, and then you've got access to a minor action, which some of you have minor action abilities, some of you don't. But it's basically standard, move, minor. Well, sound familiar to some of you 4E players. Okay. Any question? I know you've got questions, but any pressing questions that you don't think that you think need to be figured out before we start the combat scene? I'll explain what the combat scene is next, but any questions so far?
Just in case, and I want to make sure about this before I do anything. This area, like right here in front of us, is that like a demolished area that's on fire, or is that just showing that the house is on fire inside?
Oh no, it's actual lava on the ground.
Perfect.
The floor literally is lava.
Yep, there are meteors and lava falling from the sky.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
I'm curious, what is the red box we're in?
Oh, that's basically just saying where your starting zone is. So when we get ready to begin the scene, you can put yourselves anywhere within that box. It's basically within the bottom 2 rows.
Okay.
I'm just amused that I have such a big character box.
Yep. Yeah, your choices aren't which row do I want to start in. It's just which column do I want to start in. What columns do I want to start in? Okay. So the way this combat scene will work is you have come across a town that is on fire. There's smoke all around you. The sky is just covered in thick cloud cover. And there are helpless citizens scattered around. You will need to protect them. There are going to be enemies, which are going to be the cultists and thieves and opportunists that are going to come and try to attack everyone. Your job is to keep as many of these citizens alive as you can. Defeat all the enemies. Secondary objective is keep as many citizens alive as you can. The citizens are either injured, or they're too old to move, or they're just petrified. So they're not going to move on their own. For the scene itself, there's some houses scattered around. I'm gonna like ping these houses. They're tall. They block line of sight. It's possible to climb them. They are climbable. Yeah, that's it for the houses. There's a well over here. It also blocks line of sight, but isn't climbable. And then you mentioned lava. There is lava. If you go into the lava, it's going to hurt a lot. Mechanically it counts as something called dangerous terrain. But basically, just try not to go in the lava. The rule we'll have for whether something is actually considered lava or not, like, is if at least half the space, half of the square space, has the lava in it, then that space counts as having lava. Just through the artwork, I couldn't get it to line up exactly. And if there's doubt, just ask. Feel free to go, hey, if I move here, will I catch on fire? Yeah, like I'll tell you if that's lava or not. There's going to be one more, aside from the enemies that I'll show after you all decide where you want to start. There's one more element to this combat scene. Emberscale is around and very angry. And as you've noticed, lava is probably not endemic to this area, and is in fact falling from the sky. So each round, I'm going to roll a random dice. I'm going to roll a d6. I have secretly marked out certain areas on this map. With whatever die roll I get, I will then show you, at the beginning of each round, an area that is going to be impacted by a meteor or giant fireball from Emberscale. At the end of the round, anyone in that area is going to take a bunch of damage.
Oh, shit.
So
You'll see those areas when we officially start and round 1 begins. I'll reveal the first area.
So back to the citizens, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know we probably don't have to lead them anywhere, but is there a designated safe zone where we can lead them out of the area? Or we're just like, hey, leave. I know they can't move on their own, and we would have to probably chuck them over our shoulder or something, but
I'm going
Yeah,
to
so
assume
what
that
we'll
we have
say
to get them
is-
down here to the box.
just this red box.
Yeah, so the southern box, basically the area you all start in, is where they can go to be safe. So if they get to that red box at the bottom, I'll basically take them off the field and say they escaped.
Got it.
The way to get them to go there is either you have the ability to grapple people, but I'll also say that as a minor action, while you're next to a citizen, you can spend your minor action to have them follow you for the rest of that turn.
Okay, so I do have a question then.
Mm-hmm.
One of my traits is face step. If I grapple somebody, can I face step them over into the box?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Okay, just making sure. Honey, switch squares with me.
Yeah, you know what I'll say, because I think that's a minor action to do your face step. No, it's a free action, so never mind. You're good. If it matters, you can also use your standard action to get them to follow you for the turn. It's more efficient if you can use your minor action, but if for some reason you need to use 2 minor actions in a turn to move someone, you can use your standard action, I'll say, to do that as well.
Okay.
But keep in mind, your face step is once per scene, so you can only do face step once this combat scene.
Okay. Oof.
I'm wondering, would somebody like to can how do I measure? No. There's dice. Yeah, go over there with me.
Do we have to accumulate anything for limit breaks?
No, so the way limit breaks work
God, you're
is
so
just
big.
they can be used. Each character has a limit break that can be used once per quest. There's normally no requirement to use it. It's just, hey, you only get it once. For
Yikes.
a one shot, I usually limit. I usually limit how many they can be used because they're scene altering because they're meant to be doled out over the course of a quest. In a one shot, if everyone could use their limit break, the scene just ends. So what I'll say is 2 limit breaks can be activated this combat scene. You don't have to decide ahead of time like who it is or who's going to do it, but as a team, no more than 2 limit breaks can be activated this combat scene.
Which would make sense for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for those wondering why it has to be different for this, well, remember, Rule 0 is a thing.
Oh yeah, and I do this all I usually only run like combat one shots because testing the game. So I've been using modifications all the time for one shots because the base game is balanced around you're doing a full quest, which is at least like 3 combat scenes, like 3 to 5 combat scenes I think vary in length. So you take all that and you squish it down into just one combat scene. The base game is already balanced to make the PCs feel strong. It would be a cakewalk if everyone had their limit break and it was just one combat scene.
Mm.
Certain limit breaks just end a combat scene entirely. There's escort quests or escort combat scenes, and there's a class called the Rift Blade, which is like open up teleportation gates as their limit break. They just open the teleport gate, push the objective through it, and they're done. Doesn't happen often, but boy, does that make the Rift Blades feel really, really happy if they get to do that. All right, so what I'd say for you guys, just to you're already starting to decide where you want to start yourselves. And then when everyone's got their position locked in, I'll reveal where the enemies are going to go, and then we can start with the fight.
I feel like Mother would
I'm with you on this.
be here.
Stay close together. I'm
She
gonna
would
stay in the back
go-
because I'm gonna be a healer, so there's not much point in me being direct in combat, though more support.
So I'm going to assume the shrouded tokens we have on the field are the civilians we have to rescue.
Yes, everything. Oh, if you can't see their names, sorry. They're all helpless citizens, and then there's Dave.
I can only see
Yeah, I see Dave.
Okay. Yeah, the rest of them are just called helpless citizens.
I'm just
I'm
going.
gonna
Dave.
rescue.
This
I'm
one
gonna
right here,
rescue-
this one in the back corner, I'm officially dubbing him Bob because we have a Dave, we have to have a Bob.
I am rescuing Dave. That is my ultimate goal.
Oh God.
Somebody want to come help me?
Having all the civilians be named Dave
They're all an
As
iteration
a-
of Dave.
has a particular connotation when it comes to at least 2 of the people in this conversation. For a bit of context for the newcomers, Dave and then the sound of a smack is a running gag among us, heavily inspired by Titus, the time that Christopher Titus had his own sitcom, and Dave is Titus's brother, who is Dave. I realize that doesn't say much, but that is the best way for me to describe it.
I'm so glad I wasn't the only one thinking that when I saw the name.
Yeah,
I
so let's
figured-
Let's say
Figured there'd be enough
Dave is actually, so Dave's right at the edge of the lava lake. Dave is a fire elemental, so is actually not particularly disturbed by the lava that he's right next to. But he does have like a tree that's fallen on him, and it looks like Dave's a bit older, so it looks like one of his legs is broken.
Huh.
He's right next to the lava. That's not seeming to bother him, but he is trapped. Oh, goody! Look, it's heroes. You mind helping me up? All right. Is everyone in the spot where they would like to begin?
I think we're good.
Yes.
All right.
It's all my own.
Let me reveal our enemies. So,
Oh no, the Expendables.
Yep. So the way
God
enemies
damn it! I don't want to deal with Steven Seagal or whatever his name is again.
Wait.
So the way that NPCs work in Beacon is they have like a general NPC class, like the expendable. They can be flavored to be kobolds, goblins, whatever you want. They have some customization in each of them, but they have like a core. They have like universal traits and stats, so that the more you play, the more you get an idea of like, oh, expendables work this way, firebugs work this way. Each time you see them, there might be a couple things different, but you'll always get an idea for generally how they fight, what you can expect. So let's go over them then. So first up, we've got our Elementalist. They go into Phase 1. Elementalists are magical defenders. Next up, in Phase 3, we've got 2 Spectres, which are, they look like fire smoke elementals. So Spectres are kind of fit into your elemental or ghostly type of enemies. And they'll go in Phase 3. Also in Phase 3, we have the Marshal, which visually stands out from the rest of the enemies here. The Marshal could not have a sign above their head that says special important enemy more than anything else could. Like if you're talking about an anime or a cartoon, they've got so much detail in their artwork that sets them apart from everyone else here. They, as opposed to anyone else, they're wearing a black jacket. They've got a dark hood over their head. They're wearing a mask, and it clearly seems like they're in command of this group of enemies. They have a spear, and when they show up, they're pointing it towards the town. And you wouldn't hear this necessarily, but the cutscene would hear them say, "Leave no survivors. We can conduct the search when they're dead." So, Marshal. Mechanically, they're like the warlord. They're like a warlord for NPCs. And then in Phase 5, we've got 2 enemies, 2 types of enemies. We've got Expendables. They're expendable. They actually deploy in pairs. They are low hit point. They're actually very dangerous to tanks, like to defenders. If they gang up, they are very deadly, but individually they are weak. And then last, we've got our Firebug. It's a little dragon. They burn things. That's their whole shtick. So, with that being said, we've got our enemies on the field. It looks like the Marshal is here to command them, and has told them to destroy everyone that they come across. We've got our helpless citizens cowering in fear. Our beacons have arrived. And we show our first giant explosion area.
I have a quick question.
Absolutely.
How do we know how far we can move?
Excellent. On the character sheet, under the section on the kind of top left that says attributes, you've got a few different attributes there. One of them is speed. Speed is how many spaces you can move with your move action. So our Phoenix can move 4, which is on the slower side, because they're artillery and they don't need to move much. Our Goliath has a speed of 6, because they close the distance. So everyone's speed is probably somewhere between 4 and 6. All right, and can everyone see the explosion area near the bottom left?
Yes, sir.
All right. Inside that box at the end of the round is where a fireball will fall. So anyone inside of that, citizen, beacon, or enemy, takes a whole lot of damage.
Oh boy.
Thankfully, Dave is just outside of that box, so he'll survive. But whew,
Yeah.
cutting it close.
Oh, what's that weird? What's that weird shadow over there? Oh, I'd go look if my leg wasn't trapped.
I don't know why, but I don't know the character. I can't name him, at least off the top of my head, but the way you're portraying him, I heard it somewhere, and I instantly feel like groaning.
You'll get used to it. All right. Are you all ready to begin?
I believe so.
Yep.
Ready as we're gonna be.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. So, we'll begin with round 1. And we start in phase 1. So, the first enemy will be the Elementalist. But a PC gets the chance to act first. So, is there any PCs that would like to act in phase 1? So this is basically bolstering, or it's the bolster phase. So you either defend to get focus, which is your kind of defensive temporary resource, or you can refresh, which is heal. No one needs to refresh yet. You don't need to refresh on your first one.
Yeah.
So the main question would be, does anyone need to defend to generate focus?
If we
I know
do
if I
so,
need
would
to
we?
How do we know if we have focus to generate?
Anyone can generate focus. You always start each combat scene with 0. So focus is generated throughout a combat scene and then lost by the end of the combat scene. It is retained between rounds. So for example, if you generate a lot of focus at the beginning and you don't spend it on your first 2 turns, that's fine. You carry it around until you spend it or until the scene ends. So, Bulwark, as the defender, you might want to take your first turn to generate some focus.
Question. When it comes to the option of acting between phases, does acting in a certain phase cut you off from acting in a later phase?
Yes, so each round you get 1 turn, and you basically slot your turn into one of those 8 phases. So whichever one you go in, you're locked out of the rest of them. However, there is an option to basically go again, take another turn at a increasing penalty cost. So if you get into a situation where they're like, oh, I defended, but I also really want to move, or I attacked, but I really need to heal, you can do that, but it's going to cost you something, and the cost gets bigger the more times you do it. It's called surging.
Mm-hmm.
So as the only defender, anyone can use focus, it's useful for everyone, but defenders want it more, because they spend it more, usually. Would you like to defend this phase, or wait until later?
Wait.
Okay. So, in that case, and if no one else, oh, by the way, as I go through, I'll sometimes, in the interest because we're online, I'll sometimes like roll into, all right, no, like anyone else, I'll go into the next phase. If I've like started into the next phase and you're still thinking, or like, oh no, wait, I still want to go, just interrupt me and let me know. It's not going to be, oh, as soon as I say next phase, you're out of luck.
Copy.
Fair enough.
All right. So I don't think any PCs are going, so I'm going to activate the first enemy, which is the Elementalist. They are going to use their standard movement to move 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can move diagonal in this game. And with their scope, which is basically their range for magical effects, they are going to use an ability called Elemental Shield. They'll spend 2 mana, and they are going to place a magical fire shield around their leader, the Marshal. So the Marshal now gains temporary hit points, and the first person to break that elemental shield will take some sort of negative effect.
Yikes. Okay.
All right, and that is everything for Elementalist. All right, so then we go phase 2. This is the channel phase. Not everyone has a channel ability. So out of those that do, does anyone want to begin channeling an ability?
Let's see if I have one.
Mine's not necessary right now, so I'm good.
You know
I'm
what?
trying.
Yes, I am going to. And that's Phoenix, by the way. That's her Phoenix.
Yes.
Is ability technique? Sorry, I spaced out. It wasn't on purpose.
No, it's okay. Technique, traits are one thing, and then there's also techniques. Those are the kind of moves you can do, depending on the circumstance.
Yeah, so mechanically, traits are tied to your class. So whatever class job you select has some set traits that define it. The next categories, which are weapons, support items, and techniques, those are things you choose to equip. So when you are a Phoenix, for example, you unlock, for example, a technique called Immolate. Later, as you gain levels, you could change your class to be not Phoenix, but you could still equip the Immolate technique. But any of the traits that are unique to Phoenix, you don't get access to those. You get whatever your new class's traits are. So techniques is the umbrella term that encompasses your spells and your skills. Just basically your magical abilities and your non-magical abilities.
Can I see the extendable from where I'm at?
You can see everyone. So players have full map transparency. You can see everything on the field. The question of whether you can hit something is a different question. So
Because I could use Tempest Storm.
yeah, so Tempest Storm is your limit break, and it has a range equal to your scope. So that is defined by your class. Your class
I
scope
need to
is 10.
Channel too.
And you would need to channel. So you would need to channel it. You could put it up to 10 spaces away, and it would consume one of your team's 2 limit breaks for this scene.
Okay. Up to 10?
Yep.
Up to 10 squares, right? Not 10 feet.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, I can't really do anything then.
Yep. You've also got 2 other channel abilities, Gust of Wind and Arcane Explosion.
do I find the... Oh yeah, Arcane Explosion. I still need channel abilities.
So Gust of Wind and Arcane Explosion can both be used as channels. Also, the channel ability doesn't release until phase 6, and you can still move after you channel this turn. So you could... Your option, if you decide to act, would be move now and then channel, and then release it in phase 6, or start channeling now, and then when phase 6 rolls around, then move and release it. But importantly, either way, you don't have to choose targets or anything when you begin channeling.
Ooh. Then I would like to move and then channel, yes.
Alright,
And I'll just...
so thrones can move up to 4 spaces, and then you can begin channeling.
I'm just gonna go here because I don't have space.
You really don't want to move one more space? I think you have more movement. Alright. And then when you channel, you have to declare which ability you are channeling. You don't have to choose targets yet or anything, but you do have to say which ability you're channeling. Was it Arcane Explosion?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Phase 2. There's no enemies acting in Phase 2, so PCs
Yeah.
can just go.
Like I said, my Phoenix is gonna start channeling, and she will move.
I gotta mute a second.
And the ability that I'm channeling is also going to be Arcane Explosion.
Great. This is bad news for the Expendables if they stay grouped up. I'm gonna put a purple marker on anyone that is channeling, just so that we know they're channeling.
I will be right
Now, how
back
many
since
points
there's
do
not
I
much else I
channel
can
in
do.
this round, or is it just one?
Just one ability. You can only have one ability channeled at a time.
Okay,
I will be right back.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to make sure about that because it says I have to have 2 channel in order to use it.
Oh, does it? Where it says memory?
No, under memory. There's a 2.
Oh, sorry. That 2. That's just telling you the phase. Like it's phase 2 channeled.
okay.
That's when you can use it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So like your magic missile, for example, that is in phase 3, and it's the volley action.
Gotcha.
Okay. So then, Flame Walker, are you gonna move?
Not yet.
Perfect. That is great. You can move when you release. All right. Anyone else gonna channel?
No, I'm good here.
You sure you don't want to
All
get
right.
any healing spells ready?
The only spell that I can channel is a revival spell.
Let
Ain't
me...
nobody dead yet, so.
I'm not dead yet!
No, but you're mostly dead.
Yeah.
I'm still alive, conk!
Lifeweaver has the only in-combat resurrection ability, and it's a limit break. Discounting self-resurrection abilities, there's an entire class called the Gravewalker that is literally immortal. It just takes time. Alright, so that's phase 2. Let's go to phase 3, which is volley. And that will include range attacks or marking people. And there are some enemies that are going to go in phase 3, the Spectres and the Marshal. So actually, the way it works is a PC went last. So an NPC will go first during this phase, and I'm going to have one of the Spectres go. This Spectre over here is going to disappear.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
They use an ability, they spend 1 mana, and they use an ability called Reform. Alright, that's their turn. Any PCs want to go in phase 3?
Actually, since I can't do much healing this round, this early on, actually, it might be a good idea. When it says range scope, what does that mean exactly?
So that means the actual range of the ability depends on the job, the class you have equipped. Some classes have longer range than others, like the Phoenix, Artillery
Okay.
has long range. Berserker, terrible scope. So for you as the Life Weaver, you have, for anything that says scope, you've got its range 12. Your scope is 12.
All right, let me do a little measurement here. I'd have to move up a little bit. Because what I could do is if I were to move... Oop, wrong thing.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Probably about right here. I think that would actually put... Nope, still too far. I'd have to move up. But I could... I've got 5 movements, so... 1, 2, 5. If I moved up right about here... I could use Arcane Bolt to hit the Elementalist.
Right? Yeah, let me just double check the measurement, but yeah. They're within 12? Yes, you could. Alright, so would you like to make an attack against them?
Yep, let's go for it.
Alright, so the way it works, attack rolls, it's 1d20, plus something called Grit, which you don't have at level 1, so don't worry about it, plus or minus any accuracy or difficulty. So, Arcane
By the way,
Bolt,
I am, so...
yeah, Arcane Bolt is accurate by default, so what that means is you're going to roll 1d20 plus 1d6.
Alright, so roll 1d20 plus 6. Nope, and I hit the wrong button there. Let me do that again. Oof. Ouch.
But that's alright. A 10 hits the Elementalist's A defense, which is their etheric
Okay.
defense. So everyone has 2 defenses in Beacon. You have your dodge, which is kind of your... If something can be actually dodged, it uses dodge. Then you have your etheric defense, which is often used against mental or certain kinds of magical abilities. So Arcane Bolt targets their A defense, hits them either way. So that is 1d3 force damage. So damage is 1d3.
We don't have a D3 dice.
That's alright. Do d6, and 1 and 2 is 1, 3 and 4
Nice.
2, 5, 6 is 3.
That would help if I hit the frickin'... Actually, let me try some, because I think I screwed up. No, that does not work. Okay.
Slash R.
Well, yeah, that's probably why I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, it's not gonna do the 3.
Great.
Oh, no, it worked. 3. Ha!
There you go. So the Elementalist is busy putting this Elemental Shield on the Marshal, and then just gets beamed in the back of the head with an Arcane Bolt. I was, what the hell was that?
Maybe you ought to be paying more attention, darling. And since I'm literally right next to one, can I use a minor action to help help grapple the civilian right next to me?
Yes, but if you've already moved, like, did you use all your movement? Because they'll just follow you for the rest of the turn.
Oh yeah, let's see, I think I used 5, so never mind.
Yeah.
But at least I've got them covered, so if someone comes up on them, they're no sneak attacks.
Yeah, so this person is, like, in the front door of their house, and they're just peeking out through the door frame at you, just, like, shivering, like, are you here to help?
Don't worry, darling, we'll get you out of here.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep the door closed. You just knock when you need me. Closes the door. Alright. Anything else for the Forger of Life?
I think that'll do it for now.
Alright, we'll have an NPC go then. We'll have the other Spectre go. And they're going to do the exact same thing. Reform and disappear from the map. Alright. PC slot. Any other PCs want to act in phase 3?
Wait, can I release my spell now, or
Not yet.
No,
is that?
That's
that'll
in phase
be
6.
Yep, that'll be phase 6.
Okay, I have to double check.
Question for my Goliath. If I were to say move from where he is to right here, would that count as one movement or
He is very
two?
big.
Yeah, 'cause-
Each space moved as one. So where were you before?
Right here.
So to go from there to there would be 2 spaces. Basically, like, look at the top right space. How many spaces did your top right part of your token traverse to get there?
Okay, so for the time being, I'm just moving 1 square forward, and I'm just going to grab our friend here and just, for all intents and purposes, toss him back here.
Perfect.
Inside their house.
Yeah, and you can split up your movement. Like, so characters can normally split up their movement between actions, so you can definitely, like, grab them, bring them back, and then with whatever movement you have left, bring them. I'll say because you're so big, you just, because you can't actually go any further in, I'll just say, as long as you're fully in, the person you're connected to will get out. So that's 1 space to get to them, minor action to grab them, then you can move 1 space back south, and that'll extract them.
Okay.
And then you've got 4 spaces left of movement.
Okay. Yeah, moved 1, grabbed him. So for the minor action, yeah, and then I'm gonna come back here with him.
Yep. So that's 2. Oh, thank you! As you open the door. I'm gonna run this way now. Bye!
Zip.
And then, let's see.
You hear the Speedy
Where's the-
Gonzalez
Still his turn.
sound effect as they go running across the hills.
One. Oh, that one works. Why not? There. So I'm gonna go right here if possible.
Alright, so that has been your movement, your minor action. What did you want to do for your standard action? So during this phase is where you would normally make a ranged attack or mark someone. But I don't think you have anyone you can.
No, like the most I would do is volley. It's the volley I have here, but I'm like, no, not right now.
Yeah,
So there's
especially because your volley is only 5 spaces.
Mhm.
Now, I'll tell you what. If you want, like, retroactively, if you want to say you acted in phase 4, that would be the reposition phase. That would let you double move. So you could then use your standard action to move another 6 spaces if you want to then, get further.
Let's do that. So,
Okay.
so for
So
now, I
we'll-
just go back.
No, just leave it
Accumulate
there.
movement?
Yeah, we'll leave it there, and then when phase 4 rolls around, we'll just finish what you did. Quite honestly, I don't think any of the enemies are going to actually bother you for the rest of this phase, so that's fine.
I'm just trying to position myself in the right area because there's something I want to do with one of the enemies that it has to be positioned perfectly.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, in that case, the enemies will go, the Marshal will go, the last enemy that can act during this turn. So they'll move up here to this house in order to keep cover from any ranged attacks. Yeah, and discounting you, since you technically aren't here yet, I won't mark you yet, They don't have a range attack that can get anyone yet. So they are instead just going to mark one of the helpless citizens. So they are marking them for their allies. That basically means it'll be easier for enemies to hit this helpless citizen. Okay. That's all the enemies that are going to act in phase 3. Are there any other PCs that want to act in phase 3?
So I want to move and grab this guy if possible.
Yep.
Wait,
Not
how do
me.
I move?
Oh, we lost the monk.
Oh no!
Oh,
we gotta
no.
wait. We gotta wait then.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
Oh no, we lost the monk. He got too
We
drunk.
did lose him.
Actually, while we wait, I'll then take that opportunity to run to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's-
Take a break, everyone.
I'll be right back.
Starts placing thumbtacks up right in Monk's favorite spot.
So how's everyone in the chat doing today?
Oh,
Nope, Monk's back.
welcome back.
Welcome back, welcome back. GM has a potty break.
Monk, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear nothing.
No fan, no monk, nothing.
Discord decided that it wanted to not be nice.
Must be another day that ends in Y.
Sad.
Do it, dear.
You paid the tech bill, right?
Yeah? Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be right back.
But has it all of a sudden everything just cut out and I didn't hear what anyone was saying.
Yeah, gotta love it. I'll tell you what, since we're all disappearing for a minute, I'm gonna get myself some food since my turn's not coming for a while anyway.
I ate right before,
But-
so.
We are still in phase 3, I believe.
Yes, we're
Yeah.
just getting
Yes,
ready
we
to
are.
end phase 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so our warlord was getting ready to move.
Yeah. All right. And all things considered, I don't think we're going to be moving until phase 4.
Phase 4 will be basically your double move.
Mhm.
Double move or hide.
Yep. So,
And we're going to Broken Goliath is going to be finishing the turn in phase 4
all right.
as we retroactively put them there. Which,
Okay, I'm back.
oh great.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay. Is it my turn now?
Yeah.
Are we all here? Okay. So, question before I actually do move. Is there range to my marking, or is it just anyone within line of sight?
Your range is your scope, which as a warlord
Oh,
is
my
12
scope.
spaces.
12. Dang it.
All right, I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, so basically, if you're in the same row as thrones, you could, you'd be able to mark the marshal
Oh, okay.
and the elementalist.
Okay. I think I'm gonna move forward here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm not actually gonna grapple them anymore, I think. I'm just gonna mark. I wanna mark the Does mark persist the entire battle?
So what a mark is it puts a condition on an enemy, which is marked. Whenever one of your allies attacks a marked person, they can consume the mark to get 1 accuracy on their attack, which if nothing else is to roll an extra d6 on the attack roll. If they do that, they consume it, except for you, because you actually have, like, if we're talking about talents, I know we said we'd skip them, but you have a talent that makes your marks basically a chance to be sticky. Your marks could stay around longer once they're consumed. But yes, they would stay on them until an enemy uses a support ability to cleanse it, or until one of your allies consumes it for its benefit.
Okay.
And you can only have 1 mark at a time.
1 mark
Like,
at a time.
a
Got it.
character can only be marked once. You could mark everyone, that's fine, but the marshal can only have, for example, 1 mark on them at a time.
Okay, got it. I don't think I'm gonna mark the marshal yet because I do think it's important to get rid of the little, so I do want to mark this guy directly in front of me.
Okay. They are marked.
And then is there anything else I can do this turn? I have 1 more movement, which wouldn't be beneficial with grabbing this guy.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, then that's my turn.
All right. Okay.
Yep.
I think that then puts us in phase 4.
Yes.
All right. So, Broken Goliath, you want to... Hey, phase 4! One of the actions you can do is rush, which is move again. So, Broken Goliath, if you want to move up to your speed again, now you can.
Sweet. Let's see. So going off of this tile. Oh yeah. Yeah. One, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. I'm going right there.
Right? All right. So there we
Yeah,
go. So technically, the rest of your stuff should have happened now, but you moved, minor action, grabbed a person, brought them back down, finished that movement, and then with your standard action, rushed to get further in the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that is a full use of all of your actions. And then I believe Mildred, you said you were maybe on phase 4. Or is there anyone else that's going to act on phase 4?
I believe I was, especially since it's going to be the main way the best way for me to get some headway, given that I'm not the fastest in the
I'm actually
No,
gonna move
the heavy armor paladin is not the fastest.
I'm actually gonna move as well.
All right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I'm actually gonna move over here to have a straight shot. That should still be 4 squares.
Yep. And then you can move again.
Woohoo! 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, now I'm definitely in range.
There we go. Yeah, round 1 is often close the distance, and then by the time we get to round 2 is where the skirmishes start.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, Bulwark, where are you gonna go?
Well, I'll be right back.
Let's see, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a double move. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right.
And that's as far as I can go.
Would you like to use your Guardian Angel trait on anyone? You don't have any focus yet to spend on it, but you could still choose someone.
And what would that confer?
So what Guardian Angel does is let you, as long as they're within range 5 of you, if you had focus, which you don't right now, so this part wouldn't work, but if you did, when they're within range 5 of you and they're targeted by an attack, you could teleport next to them and become the target of the attack instead. So doing it now, the only benefit is you're saving yourself from needing to select an ally in future turns. So you
Yeah.
can't use the effect yet, but you're basically selecting the person you're going to use it on.
Yeah, in that case, I will. That is going to be my designated target.
Excellent. And what I'm also doing is you have an aura around you of an aura of inspiration. I am just so you could change it. Right now, your basic aura gives everyone in it accuracy if they make checks and saves, which no one's doing yet. But you also have an aura of freedom or an aura of energy resistance you could put on if you so
massive.
choose. It's aura 5. So it's 5 spaces. Which is also
So-
coincidentally the range that you could use Guardian Angel in, so it's a helpful visual. But yeah, if you want to switch your aura to energy resistance, basically, you could. Otherwise, I'm just gonna assume it's the inspiration aura.
Energy resistance is what I'm going with, since
Okay,
we've
well,
got a bunch of elementalists.
Which do you want, astral or lunar?
I'd go astral. Because the elementalist feels like they're going to be using fire-based spells. You might want to go out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. All right. So then, yeah, you switch your aura to an aura of astral resistance. So so you and anyone in that aura now has resistance to astral damage, which means you take half damage from it. Alrighty, so all of you have acted now. The only thing we have left for some of you is releasing abilities.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm now gonna roll through the enemies, the rest of the enemies. So in phase 5, we have the expendables and the firebugs, and the firebug going. So I'm gonna do firebug first. They're gonna move 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're starting to come in through these houses. And they can't attack anyone yet. So they're just gonna move 4 spaces again. So they're gonna do what some of you did, and they're gonna rush. You know what?
Hmm?
No, there's 2 people there. Yeah, we'll do that one. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we
Yeah.
lost someone again.
Monk
Then
again.
again, the monk!
Discord is being a bitch.
Uh-oh.
Guess we gotta wait.
That firebug be coming.
All right. While we're waiting, I'm just gonna move the rest of the enemies into position, and then when Monk comes back, I can resolve the attack rolls.
Okay.
Alright. So, seeing as how we're waiting, just to clarify something. When it says you can spend 1 MP, that's a memory point, I'm assuming?
Mana point. So as the Phoenix, you have 5 mana points. Your blue bar on the roll 20.
Okay.
To start with, as long as you have mana, you can spend it for your abilities that spend it. When you run out or you don't have enough, you've got to regain it. You can regain it in combat. Everyone has the ability to regain it by using the refresh action in phase 1 with their standard action. That lets you heal and regain certain things. It's a choice. Or if you have something like a mana potion, which you do, they're limited, but you can spend them as a minor action to regain mana points.
I was just double checking that.
Mhm.
No, don't get caught, don't get caught. My headphones threaten to get caught on their hook.
Uh-oh.
That's not fun.
Yeah. I got it. There we go. So it's safe to assume I can't see the firebug from where I'm at.
Real quick, who's saying that?
That's Kay, that's the Phoenix.
Let's check, actually. So we
Says
check
tech-
from corner to corner. You do have line of sight to them, and they have no.
Wow.
They have line of sight. Sorry, you have line of sight to them, but they do have hard cover. which is basically if it's an attack roll, it's much harder to hit them, but you do have a line of sight.
Okay.
But you are channeling an ability, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah, so let's look at that ability. Arcane Explosion.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
it's got a fancy little tag there that says auto hit. So
now
it's a
here's the
blast
question,
one.
am I going
So
to hit
blast
this
one.
person?
It depends on where you put it.
Here?
So yeah, if you put it back there, you're fine.
Okay.
So it is a danger. Like if you didn't put it there or somewhere else, you would hit them, but you're fine. You can put it back there. The explosion is only going to hit them, and you don't have to roll to hit. It's just going to hit them because that's how that channel ability works. Now, that does assume you don't lose channeling.
Okay.
Which there is a chance that you could lose it if you get hit by enemies, if you take damage.
Really noted.
Which, I'll tell you, some of them might try. Because they know you're channeling. In Beacon, enemies are intelligent, unless you, like for thematic reasons, choose to portray them not intelligently. So they are aware you're channeling. They're going to probably prioritize someone channeling.
Alright. That makes sense. I'm getting kind of worried. How's my phone down to 22% already? I was just getting ready to message.
There you are.
I was just getting ready to message you. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're good.
Amongst the one having trouble.
No, Nephenor just told me I'm being very
No, yeah,
quiet.
you are very quiet. I've been trying to adjust you on my side as well.
I am so sorry. Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me now?
For me.
It sounded fine to me.
Yeah.
So I'm not the
I'm
only one who's
asking-
Can you
got
keep-
cursed by Discord.
Can you keep speaking a little bit, Kay, so I can
Of
adjust it
course.
on my mixer?
Of course.
Start singing, Kay.
Okay, no, you're perfect now.
Okay. So I'm going to apologize really quick. I am pretty soft-spoken for the most part. It's a habit I've been trying to break for a long time, and it's not going easy. All right, so that is better now.
Around me long enough, she would have learned.
You're okay now, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm
At least on my end.
soft-spoken.
I don't know about Mildra's end.
Yeah.
All right. Nephenor, she is mouthy.
All right. Are we gonna continue?
I think so.
Okay.
Hmm.
So I moved the expendables into the position. Now they're gonna make some attacks. So the first attack, the first little kobold cultist is gonna run up to Broken Goliath and is going to start grabbing them and clawing at them. So I'm gonna make an attack. Broken Goliath, I am going to assume a 4 misses your dodge.
Let me pull that up. Broken. Oh, a 4 is severely low.
Okay. Alright, so that was a failed attack. The rest of them can't get in melee, but they do have little firestone slings that they're gonna pull out. So Flamewalker, let's see if they can hit you
Oh yeah.
with some of these. Does an 18 hit your dodge, Flamewalker?
Holy.
Yes.
Okay. So, most enemies in Beacon do flat static damage. So that is going to be... oh, and by the way, so right now, when I targeted you with an attack, if Bulwark had focus, they would have the option to spend it to teleport and take the hit. But without focus, they can't do that yet. Just explaining how every defender works differently, so that's how the paladin works. Since you have taken the hit, that's going to deal 4 physical damage to you. So a couple things are going to happen. You're going to reduce your hit points by 4 minus your armor. So you have 1 point of armor, which reduces the damage to 3. So you're going to take 3 damage.
Okay.
So that puts you at
6.
Alright, 6 out of 9.
Yep.
Now, you're channeling an ability, and you just took damage. So that means you have to make a saving throw,
Okay.
a save, to see if you lose your concentration.
All right.
That is going to be 1d20 plus your bulk, which is 0. And you are trying to equal or exceed a 10. So, for you, it's a flat 1d20.
Rolling. Ha! 14.
Yeah!
Alright.
So,
You're good.
Wanted.
Tim, I need to warn you. I am, when it comes to really important roles like that, I tend to be really lucky.
Well, great, because there's 2 more kobolds that need to attack with their slings.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
You discovered from a case of foot
Yes,
and mouth disease.
yes, I know.
No, John.
oh
Like
they saw
a
her
ray.
celebrating.
Yeah, no.
I like the idea that like this one sling comes at you, strikes you, but you hold on to the spell like, all right, haha, I got this, and then you just look up at all the other stones sailing through the air at you.
Oh, fuck!
Does a 10 hit your dodge?
Yes. My dodge is
All right.
6.
Cool. So that's another 3 damage and another concentration save.
All right.
Mo-
And you are now bloodied, which means you're at less than half of your hit point maximum.
Alright, hold on, let me put that as a status real quick. And that's gonna be another straight D20.
I have music in the background
15.
that fits what just
Nice.
happened.
Perfect. All right. Out of the targets, the last kobold can hit. You're the highest priority target for 2 reasons. 1, you're channeling. 2, everyone else they can reach is either a tanky barbarian or literally tanky with armor. So you are the highest priority target at the moment. So here comes the last attack. 12 hits you.
Fuck! Oh my god, that's gonna put me down.
It will. Now, let's do something. Looking at other abilities. Forger of Life. You have a trait called Quick Stitch. This technically would have happened on the last attack, but doing it now. You have a reaction ability called Quick Stitch. The trigger is a bloodied ally within scope. Oh no, it starts their turn. Never mind. I'm wrong. No, you're just screwed.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
Must be
you're
the
go-
GM is telling you.
So you've lost all your hit points.
Yep.
What that means in Beacon is you have 4 wounds, which is basically every time you run out of hit points, you take a wound, which is a more lingering injury. When you take wounds, bad things can happen to you, and the more wounds you have, the more likely those bad things are to happen.
Duly noted.
So you're now going to be at 3 out of 4 wounds. You would carry you go back to your full hit points, so you would go back up to your 9 hit points.
Okay.
You would carry over any remaining damage. There wasn't any remaining damage, but for example, if you had taken 6 damage, you'd go back to full and then lose another 3 hit points.
Okay, so where are the wounds on my sheets?
On your character sheet, there should be, under your hit points, there should be 4 little, there should be,
yes.
under your hit points, 4 boxes that say wounds.
Okay, got it.
Alright. And now, yay, you get to roll to see what bad thing happens when you take this wound.
Shit.
So, go ahead and roll a single d6.
4, my lucky number.
Alright. On a 4, you suffer a broken weapon. So you have to destroy one of your equipped weapons.
I am going to destroy my rapier.
Okay. There's nowhere to mark it, just keep in mind or write on the sheet somewhere that is destroyed. So a destroyed weapon can be repaired when you get a short rest, but it's basically going to be unavailable for the rest of the combat scene.
Duly noted.
They will always be repaired after a quest. So like if you have a piece of loot you got of a magical family heirloom weapon, it's not permanently destroyed. It's just rendered useless or unavailable.
Okay.
All right. Now
I have
he took
to roll-
damage. Roll me another concentration save.
12.
You held on to it. All right. You did do good on that. All right.
And let me tell you, Erisa is pissed.
Just
Well.
remember, when it comes to being pissed, better off than on.
All right. So with that, we end phase 5. The only thing left, everyone's already acted. The only thing left is phase 6. So for the people channeling abilities, you have 2 choices. Either release it now or continue channeling it until the next round.
Oh no, I'm
Wait.
releasing now.
I figured.
Releasing out too.
Well, hold on a second. So I just want to double check because we have we were just in phase 5. If we wanted to say my Goliath, because look how surrounded he is.
Mhm.
If I wanted to just like do a basic swing, I could have done it last turn.
No.
the fight.
So each round has the 8 phases. You take 1 turn during one of those 8 phases. So your turn was during phase 4, and you did your double movement basically. You rescued
Okay.
someone and you doubled move. So normally you can't do anything else this round until the next round starts. There is the mechanic called surging, which would let you take a second turn at a ever increasing penalty. That second turn can be in any phase. So if you did decide that you wanted to pursue that, my recommendation would be wait until phase 7 where you could do a double attack.
Okay.
And you've got the hit points to absorb it if, you get hit until then. So with that, yeah, phase 6. Let's release some abilities. Flamewalker, shall we start with you? I think you fought hardest to keep it.
Oh yes. So I'm going to release my arcane explosion right here in this square on our little firebug. Well, not so little, but
He's just a whittled wagon.
Alright, so as a blast 1, that basically means, mechanically you pick the center space and it hits 1 space all around it. It's basically a 3x3 square.
okay.
The damage it does would normally be
It's
5
centered
force.
on that square there.
Okay. So it would normally be 5 force.
Oh, I'm spending the extra mana point to increase it.
Yep, so 1 mana point to make it 1d6 plus 5.
Alright.
I'm just gonna put that square in the corner because we'll probably need it again.
Alright, rolling. 10.
Right? So 10 damage. It has 2 armor, so that means it'll take 8 force damage. Alright, it takes it. It is not yet bloodied.
Oof.
Even if it's a small little dragon newt, it's still a big beast. It's gonna take a few
Oh,
hits.
yeah.
Can you tell me how your arcane explosion looks?
So, Erisa's going to concentrate on just past where she can see the firebug. And she aims carefully so as not to hit this poor civilian right here. Then the next thing you see is just this little glowing, what looks to be an orbit first, go shooting past this corner here, to land right about there. And then next thing you see is just purple and white and rise up like it's a big dome.
The firebug screeches in pain as you see it strip off some of the scales and like force its wings to the ground from the impact. Just going, and it looks very unhappy with that. You see it turn its head. Well, can't see you gray. You see it like lifting its head above the house to like peer around and see where it came from. And its eyes lock onto you, and you see like the eyes squint. Like, "Arr."
Bring it, bitch.
All right, and then that Thrones, you are also channeling,
Yes.
and that was also an arcane explosion. So where would you like to dump your arcane explosion?
Let's see. I want to dump it with the martial and expandable is. It hits 2 areas, right? Or just one?
It's a 3x3, a 3x3 square.
And
So you've got scope 10. So you could put the center of it. This is as far as you could place the center of it.
I mean, if you were to place it here,
Right here?
if you were to
That
place
there
it
would
here,
hit nothing.
No, it would actually catch them just no, it wouldn't. Never mind.
No, it wouldn't.
I mean, if you
If
were
I
to hit here, it would catch the firebug.
Right there. Those 2.
Yeah, so I think your choice is one on Firebug or both or 2 of the expendables.
I'm hitting both the expendables.
All right, and would you like to spend a mana point to increase the damage?
How do I check mana points again?
You start with 5. As a druid, you start with 5. Well, actually, you start with 4, and then your ability score points were pumped into magic to give you an extra mana point.
Then sure, I'll do it.
All right, so that makes the damage 1d6 plus 5.
1d6 plus 5. I think this is the correct way to do it. Ooh.
Nope.
No.
That was wrong.
Oh, I did it wrong?
It's that without the dot, without the period.
I'll just re-roll 4, seeing as how she's having issues with her slash button.
Yeah.
I can copy and paste it actually. Hold on. I got it. Did that not work?
There we
No,
go.
we're-
No, that was
Oh,
1d16.
well, that's because I typed it in wrong. All right. Here's what we'll do. You got the plus 5. We're gonna take the first d6 you rolled, which is the 2. So we're gonna say it's 7 damage.
Okay.
And the reason I'm saying this is because expendables don't have a lot of hit points, and that is actually still enough damage to take out both of those expendables in one hit.
Nice. Honey, Friday
Nice.
button.
Yeah, Yeah, we gotta call for that, don't we?
Yep.
We get overkill like that, we hit this.
You got knocked the fuck out!
I have a soundboard and I'm not afraid to use it.
So Ember, we just had 2 arcane explosions go off. How does your arcane explosion look?
Goes off like basically I point to the location and a firefly starts flying towards the area. And it's like it starts off small and then it gradually grows bigger and bigger.
And then explodes.
Mm-hmm.
Kablooey!
Nice. So you see the 2 kobolds, like as it explodes, you just get the flash of them throwing their hands up over their eyes, and go "Ah!" before they're turned to ash. All right. So with that, that's the end of channeling, and that is now the end of what everyone can do in round 1. All right. So we finish the round. At the end of the round, a giant fireball falls down and explodes over here. Thrones, you feel the searing heat. Like your clothes, your hair, anything on you is just billowing from the force of it. Dave is sitting there going, "Oh wow, that one felt kind of nice. Glad you didn't come too close, little goblin. That one looked like it could have hurt." All right, and now we are going to begin.
I feel like
Round 2.
daving Dave.
All right.
Fight!
Round 2. Congratulations. You finished your first round of beacon combat. This is the slowest round of beacon combat you will ever have. From here on, they start to get faster and they start to get a little more nuanced as you get a better handle of what your characters do and how the flow works. So we'll begin round 2 and a few things happen. The first of which is reinforcements. Depending on the combat scene in Beacon, not every enemy appears at the start of a fight. And with the number of players we have, I have a few reinforcements I can use.
Ah, shit.
So, you're going to see another firebug show up.
Oh look, another gecko.
Flamewalker just looks forward. She's like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Goliath looks at Flamewalker and says, "What? You're scared of a gecko?"
That's not a fucking gecko, you idiot.
Now,
There's always one more.
does anyone remember that it feels like there were more enemies at the start of this round, at the start of last round?
There were.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah,
There were 2 specters. Didn't they disappear?
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah.
I should bring those back. After all, that's what their reform ability lets them do. The way reform works is they are removed from play. They then return to play in any free space of their choice at the beginning of the next round. So how about we have one appear right next to Broken Goliath and Flamewalker,
Ah, shit.
I knew it!
and let's have another one appear over here by Thrones. So through the swirling smoke and fire around you, some of the fire starts to move in an unnatural direction, curling along the ground and rising up to form the image of the 2 specters once again. As you are next to the specters, you feel the heat coming from their body, and you feel like staying close to them at the end of your turn would be bad. one last thing. Explosion area. Right here.
You better get out of that.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Mother of small bodies, right
Great.
at the edge of it currently. Alright, but with that
Move.
being said, that's where we start at the beginning of round 2. So, we can start with phase 1. Anyone want to go before the Elementalist?
I'm
I
probably
am
going to
to
move.
recharge that mana point I spent.
And
Do you
I have a
want to
feeling-
do you want to spend your standard action doing it, or do you want to use a mana potion?
I'm gonna use my standard action.
You still have, I'm gonna say, because that would be all you could do this
Oh,
round,
shit.
and you still have 4 points of mana left.
Fair enough. You know what? No. Nix that. I'm gonna hold off.
All right.
Actually, I got something I can do. Because seeing what happened to Flamewalker there a second ago, getting absolutely bodied that way, I'm gonna give them a little help. And they are absolutely in range for me to do this. You see her hold up her book, do a quick chant, and suddenly a magical shield appears around Flamewalker as I activate Soul Shield.
Ooh, nice.
Huh.
And
Yep.
Given that everything that happened, I'm gonna go ahead and use 2 MP to give her 1d6.
Nice.
It's
Nice.
1 NP to give them an extra d6.
Oh yeah, okay, so it's just 1 MP use. Okay, perfect. Then that will work.
Yeah, so not every spell costs MP to use. So, like, Soul Shield and Arcane Explosion by themselves, like in their base state, don't cost any MP to use. Some abilities just never cost MP, and some of them have a cost to use. Like, when you get to certain higher level spells, they might always cost MP. And some things like Arcane Explosion and Soul Shield have optional cost. So,
Okay.
default is no cost. 1 mana to make it 1d6 plus 1.
All right. Well, in that case, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Then I'll go ahead and spend the MP and give her 1d6.
1d6 plus 1. Roll it.
Okay, so that's 5 total. So five temporary hit points.
So,
right.
thank you.
Temporary hit points are basically damage goes to your temporary hit points first before they hit your real hit points.
Alright, so I'm putting those in the green ring.
Don't. You might use that green ring for something.
Okay, I will keep that in mind.
There's something called stress. No one's taken it yet.
Fair.
But basically, everyone has 2 damage tracks. Okay, so yes, Forger of Life. That's your standard action to do Soul Shield. You still have your minor action and a movement.
Not much else I can do. If I try to move, I could probably move up a little bit, but I'm already in range of everything I need to be. And it's better for me to stay back since I don't take hits very well.
Yeah, that is fair.
And I'm still out of range of that explosion, so I think I'll be safe where I'm at.
Yeah. Okay. So then we finish your turn on phase 1. So that now means the Elementalist can go.
I said I wanted to move.
PCs and NPCs, like when they're going in the same phase, alternate turns.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Yeah. So that way the PCs, like, if it's phase 5 and the enemies are also going in phase 5s, the PCs can't just crush them all before they have a chance to go.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Now, if you did it on phase 3, that's fine, and that's actually intentional. But alright, let's get the Elementalist to come. They are going to... Are they going to move, though? I don't think so. I think what they're just going to do is make an elemental... Oh, no, they are going to attack, because you guys are grouped up. Okay. So, let's move a little bit. 1, 2. And let's see if I can hit. That's going to be the main thing. the Elementalist is going to raise their staff, and they're going to fire a bolt of heat and flame at Broken Goliath. Broken Goliath does a 16 hit your A defense, your etheric defense. I'm going to assume yes.
8 defense is 6, so
Wait, wouldn't that get bolstered due to them being in my aura?
If the damage they take is astral, they will take less damage.
All right.
But it doesn't affect them getting hit, it just affects the damage they might take.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would also like to apologize, I just realized something. So paladins, they have their auras, and one of their special feature is the fact that they can actually have 2 auras active at once. They have to be from different abilities, but they can have 2 auras at once.
Mhm.
So you would have also had your aura of inspiration active, which meant every saving throw Flamewalker made would have had an extra d6 added to it. Not that it affected the outcome of the saves. The saves were fine, but just keeping in mind, the saves would have been even better.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
So Broken Goliath, you're going to take 1 Discord damage. That's that fancy damage over time.
okay.
So so what it means is you take 1 armor piercing damage right off the bat, and then you get a marker that you have 1 Discord on you. They have an optional ability that they equipped that lets them spend 1 mana to also have Flamewalker. You also will take 1 Discord damage. You are resistant, you round up, so you take a half, but it's the same effect. So you still take 1 Discord damage.
Yeah.
So
Which means that the aura doesn't exactly help.
not on that part.
Mhm.
They do have other damaging abilities that'll do fire, but not that one. Okay. That's every enemy that's going to act in Phase 1, so any other PCs Phase 1 or Phase 2.
Phase 2, I'm gonna start channeling for another arcane explosion.
Okay.
I'm
Now,
gonna move.
I will before you finish that turn, you're next to a Spectre.
Yes, I was already intending to move.
Alright, so order of operations, if you move, you will provoke an attack of opportunity from the Spectre.
Shit.
So if you're going to move, the better way to handle it is move first, provoke any opportunity attacks and bad things will happen, and then channel once you're safely away.
Actually, instead of arcane explosion, I'm going to start channeling magic missile.
Magic Missile is just an attack.
Oh.
You can do that in Phase 3, you don't need to channel it.
Okay. Oh, that's just a volley.
Yeah.
Alright, so that means I could either use Immolate, Magic Missile, or Hinder Spell then.
Yeah, so right now, Phase 2, it would be either channel... No, basically right now, if you go Phase 2, it would be channel Arcane Explosion. That's your only channel ability. Or in Phase 3, then you could then hit someone with your Solar Flare weapon, Immolate, Magic Missile, or Hinder Spell. Basically every other ability you have.
Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna hold off on channeling then.
Okay. We'll check back in with you during Phase 3.
Sounds good. Do I get to move still, or is that 4?
That'll happen. So your movement happens when you take your turn. So if you act
Okay.
during Phase 3, that's when you can move.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Phase 4 is basically just for if you need to double move
Gotcha.
or hide. I don't think anyone's hiding today. Okay, so then Thrones, were you gonna channel?
Yes, was gonna channel Tempest Storm, so that way don't move, but also the enemy doesn't get an opportunity attack.
All right. Now that'll be, and just to confirm, like that'll be one of the 2 limit breaks the team can use today.
Oh.
It's a limit break. They're big, powerful, and awesome. I want to make sure you know it is a limit break.
I forgot it was limit break. Then no, I will use. Sorry, I accidentally closed the thing. I will use if I can pull this over.
Yeah, your channel options would be Arcane
Gust of
Explosion or
Wind.
Gust of Wind. Gust of Wind?
Yeah,
All right, perfect.
I will move first. Which means
All right.
I get opportunity attack.
Yeah.
Oh god, what's
so-
happening to my? What's happening to my?
Oh, where did you go?
That's how I'm
You-
wondering because it went to the side
She's
and now it's just
so far.
glitching out.
Also an elf with a super face step ability.
I'm not doing anything, by the way. I didn't touch anything. All I did was move over to a screen and this happened.
All right.
Oh
I'll
god,
put
my
you- I'll
plate.
put you back.
She's
I
still
got it.
going.
My plate was I was actually right here. My plate was on the keyboard. And I didn't realize that and it started glitching out everything.
All right. So here's what we'll do. You're gonna move, so you're going to provoke. So the Spectre is gonna try to reach out to you with their smoky elemental hand, and they are going to get a 16 versus your dodge. I believe that hits.
What is my dodge?
So near the top of the page, you've got your attributes. One of them is dodge, and your dodge is a 7. So that
Yes.
definitely hits. Okay.
Yes, it hits.
So for damage, you're going to take 3 stress. Stress is what goes into that green bar. Stress counts up and is a separate damage track, basically. You can either, eventually as a beacon, get overstressed, or you can get wounded by either taking damage or taking stress. Stress is usually from kind of crowd control effects or things you subject yourself to. So stress you can often take yourself because it's a cost to use certain abilities. Remember when we talked about players being able to take a second turn? It costs stress to be able to take a second turn. And the more time you use that ability, the more stress you take every single time. So you take 3 stress, and you are weakened until the end of your next turn. What that means is you will deal half damage until the end of your next turn.
Okay, I just want to let you know, sometimes your voice gets muffled when you talk. It goes in and out.
Interesting. That's probably me trying to modulate and control my sore throat as I play games longer. I'm terrible at managing my voice.
Okay.
I will try better. Thank you.
And then I would like to move this way.
Okay. And then you begin channeling?
Yes.
Okay. Gust of Wind is now being channeled. Okie dokie. Anyone else in phase 2? Then phase 3 it is. And we're going to have, because I know we've got NPCs that are going to go in phase 3, I'm going to have the Marshal take their turn first. So, the Marshal, from the position they're in right now, should they use this?
I don't like the sound of that.
No, there's not enough people swarming you yet. So they're going to use an ability called, they're going to spend a minor action. No, order of operations. They're going to spend 1 mana, and use their standard action to use an ability called Priority. 1d3 plus 1, enemies within their range become marked. So I get to mark 3 of you. So we're going to mark Broken Goliath. We're going to mark Flamewalker. And we're going to mark Bulwark.
Lovely.
All right.
Then, as their minor action, they're going to use Hit Them. Spend another mana. And they're going to command that to make an attack. Now, I think we'll do this against... Yeah. Berserkers have basically infinite hit points. It's not infinite, but they've got so much hit points. But their stress cap, how much stress they can take, is much, much lower.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's make an attack against Broken Goliath. With that same withering grasp. Does an 11 hit your dodge, Broken Goliath?
It passes by 3.
Okay. I also would have consumed the mark on that. I forgot to, but to be fair, I would have. Doesn't change anything, just means you're... Good news, you're no longer marked. You take 3 stress, and you are weakened until the end of your next turn. Alright, that is the Marshal. Any PCs during Phase 3 before the Spectres take their actual turns?
Yes.
Alright, one PC first.
Alright, so, Flamewalker is going to, let's see. Not enough enemies around that. Let's see, what's my scope on that one? Scope is 10. Can I reach? Oh, I can reach. You know what? I'm gonna use Immolate.
Alright. Yeah, your scope is 15. Once you're in the middle of the map, you can probably reach everywhere.
Just about. Oh, you know what's even better? Oh yeah, I know where I'm putting this bitch. So I'm definitely using Immolate, and I'm gonna use Spontaneous Combustion. Or I'm gonna use the option of Spontaneous Combustion. I spend 1 mana point to deal 1 discord to all enemies in a burst, 1 AoE around the target. So
Alright, so that is contingent upon you hitting first. So when you hit with Immolate, the basic Immolate always does 2 discord if it hits. Mm-hmm. And then when you hit, you can then choose which of the 2 options to use.
Gotcha.
So let's make an attack roll against the Marshal.
So, is that going to be a D6 or a D20?
1d20. Plus any accuracy you might have, which I don't think you have any accuracy.
Let me double check.
Yeah, you would actually have difficulty, because you're making a ranged attack while you are adjacent to an enemy. So that would give you a D6 penalty to it as well. So the total roll would have been 1d20 minus 1d6. You can just roll an extra d6.
8.
An 8 hits. So the Marshal takes 2 discord damage, and you can do your Spontaneous Combustion if you would like.
Oh, I shall.
Oh, actually, so because you're a Phoenix, so the base ability does 2 discord damage, but you're a Phoenix, So whenever you deal Discord, you always deal an extra point of Discord.
Sweet, so that's 3.
3 Discord.
And then I'm spending the extra Discord, or the extra mana point to deal another point of Discord, so that's 4.
So it is 1 MP to deal once Discord to all enemies in a burst 1 AoE around the target. So that wouldn't hit the Marshal. So bursts don't hit the primary target, but it would hit the expendable.
Gotcha.
So that would be dealing 2 Discord to the expendable.
Okay. Now, let's see. I am actually going to also use this moment for my free action. And I'm going to phase step.
Okay.
And I am moving right there.
Great. Teleportation ignores opportunity attacks, so you're good.
Yep, and that's the only time I can use that. And just to double check something, I can use a ranged attack later, correct? If I decide to surge?
If you surge, yes, you could. So actually, you would have 2 options. If you just needed to do 1 more range attack, you could surge at the end of your turn. You basically surge and go again. Or you could wait until phase 7 to surge and make 2 attacks at that time.
Let's do that.
So it depends on if you need it. It's if you can survive or you can handle waiting till phase 7, it's always better to do phase 7. But if you need to go sooner, you need to take out an enemy before they act, then that's usually when you do phase 3 or phase 5.
Alright, I'll wait till phase 7.
Okay. Alright, so with that, that was a PC in phase 3, so another NPC will go. We've got both Spectres! Hey, Broken Goliath! We did so well the first time, why don't we just do it again?
I did not give consent to this.
Withering touch. Alright, so let's make another attack.
Bad touch, bad touch, bad touch.
11 versus your dodge.
Again, beats by 3.
Alright, so it's another 3 stress. So you were at 6 out of 8 stress, I believe? No, 6 out of 6. So you're at your breaking point. 1 more point of stress and you overstress. Which is very similar to taking a wound, it's just different bad things happen. Cool, they do that, and then they are going to spend 1 mana as a minor action to turn invisible. So, invisibility, they stay on the field, you know exactly where they are. What it does is, if you attack an invisible creature, it's a 50-50% miss chance. So, you know exactly where this invisible specter is. It's just hard to hit them, as their form is now mixing and merging with the fire and the smoke all around you. As you can feel the smoke basically like entering your lungs, getting in your armor, just making everything harder to do.
Crazy.
All right. PC slot, phase 3.
I think I'm gonna try some shooting
Okay.
because I have a shotgun and I intend on using it.
All right.
And
I'd also like to do something after.
yeah,
All right.
as the saying goes, geek the mage first.
Yep. So your shard shredder can hit up to range 5.
Yep. Which means both the expendable and the elementalist are potential targets.
Mhm.
Between the 2 of them, I'm aiming for the elementalist.
Okay.
So that would be
That should be just a flat 1d20 roll.
that 1d1. All right, let me.
An
Fuck.
8. An 8 is what you need to hit.
I figured I was gonna whiff that, but I'll take
No.
it.
Yeah, defenses are fairly low across the board because there's not a lot of static, like, +1s or whatever across the board.
Yeah.
Alright, so roll me your damage.
All right. That is going to be 2d3 force damage.
Alright.
5 damage.
Takes 5 damage, and it is now bloodied. So, shotgun blast, its robe and everything is now, like, they're tattered. You can see holes through the robes and everything. Went from being a nice fancy cloak to tattered and ragged. Oh, you'll pay for that. That cost a lot of money.
I had to put that GIF in the chat, in the Sacricity chat for you guys.
God damn it, Monk.
Alright, so that was your standard action. You still have a move and a minor.
Mhm. So, for my minor, I'm going to be using one. I'm going to be using 1 point of mana to use lay on hands. Since our druid is close enough to me, I can actually help. I can actually do that.
No, the druid is down over by the fire pit.
Right?
Here.
Who's-
Lava.
Yeah,
That's
who's next to
me.
me?
That's Flamewalker.
Yeah.
That's our Phoenix.
Yeah, I got things crosswired. My bad. So Flamewalker, you're getting healed.
Yay!
Alright, you go back up to 9.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Level 2 Paladin is where you get access to Smite.
Mhm.
Alright, so that was your minor action, and then any movement?
Question. When it comes to interpose, do I need to be in order for that to activate? Do I need to be adjacent?
No, actually, so base interpose triggers up to range 3. You can then get the opportunity to move up to 2 spaces, and then if you're next to them, then you can tank it. Fun fact, if you interpose, you can trigger it, and you don't have to actually move closer to the person. You can go, actually, this is a great opportunity to move more, and just move and still let them get hit by the attack.
Mm-hmm.
And then the special person that you've marked for Guardian Angel, you can do that over a longer distance.
Yeah.
But you need focus to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm. So, and unfortunately, if I were to spend time generating focus, that'd be my whole action for a given spot, which is
Yeah,
why I
and
haven't
that-
done it yet.
Yep, and that goes in phase 1. The basic focus generation ability is phase 1, defend.
Yeah, that's a main action, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah. All right. In that case, that is as far as I'm going to go with this.
All right. Now, quick, we go back to do something. Flamewalker. You
She's AFK right now.
Mhm.
okay? When they come back, we will. They had Discord damage on them. That's the damage over time. So at the end of their turn, there's a chance to take more damage or get rid of it. So when they get back, we'll do that. But in the meantime, NPC slot. One more NPC left on this phase. It's the other Spectre. And Thrones. No, actually, hold on. Mother of Bodies. Let's see if we can do this. Can we
Sorry about
grapple? Can we grapple and keep you in the explosion area? Yes.
You
We
would.
could do that.
You
I
wouldn't.
would. This is the only chance I've got.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
All right.
All right. So I have to grapple you, which means I have to roll to hit. So let's see if this works. No.
No, I don't think a 2. I don't think a 2 does it.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
The Spectre whiffed.
Dang
I
it.
would suggest you move out of the red box.
Yeah, I
before
do
the
have
thing
to
ends.
move. Yes.
All right. They moved. They're gonna finish by spending their minor action and 1 mana to turn invisible as well.
Coward.
That's the end of their turn. Okay, Flamewalker, are you back?
Yes.
All right, you had Discord on you at the end of your turn, and we forgot to see what happens.
Oh shit.
So the way it works is I need you to make a magic check to see if you get rid of your Discord or if you take damage from it.
All right, my magic
So-
is +0.
That's okay because you are within the paladin's aura, which gives you 1 accuracy on all checks and saves. So that means you are rolling 1d20 plus 1d6. And you just need to get a 10 or higher.
1d20 plus 1d6.
That's right.
Nope.
So, you have a choice. The damage you're going to take is 1 damage, because you've only got 1 Discord.
Okay.
You could use the reroll table to try again at the cost of some sort of penalty.
Okay.
It boils down to, do you want to take 1 damage, or do you want to try to get rid of this?
Well, I'm already marked. You know what? I'll take. I will go for strain. I'm gonna try my hand at the D3 stress.
Okay. So, first roll 1d3 stress to see how much stress you take. As you strain and focus on clearing the etheric disturbance in you. That's good. You only want to take a little bit of stress.
Okay.
That's the best stress roll. And now you get to completely redo that magic check. So you re-roll the 1d20 and 1d6.
18.
There you go. You succeed. Your Discord is gone. All right. So that was going back to how that turn was supposed to end.
Okay.
So the last Spectre just went during this turn. So are there any other
Mhm.
PCs going during phase 3?
Yes, me.
Go.
Okay,
What do you want
so-
to do?
So I want to move, but does it have opportunity since it's invisible?
It still it would
It's
still
still
have
next
the
to me?
opportunity attack. Yep.
Okay, regardless, I'm gonna move because no way you're keeping me here. I want to move and I want to move and mark the firebug, and then how does focused plan work?
It's
If
automatic.
if I'm able to use that, it's automatic.
The problem is So it's a volley. Yeah. So choice can perform.
Am I able to use it even though the others have used their turns already?
Yeah, they absolutely can because it's a reaction, so
Uh-huh.
that works. So someone could, like maybe Broken Goliath could
Ooh.
throw their spear, or
Mhm.
Thrones could make an attack. Because by the way, when you're channeling an ability, that doesn't hinder your ability to make attacks.
Uh-huh.
You can't channel another ability, but while you're channeling, you can still stab people, punch people, do other magic. Yeah. So yeah, that's automatic. It's once per round, but it's automatic. But you said you are going to provoke?
Yes.
All right, so let's just do that first to, see if anything happens.
Okay.
1d20 plus 2. 9 versus your dodge.
That hits.
Okay, so 3 stress and you are weakened until the end of your next turn.
3 stress.
All right, but you are
Okay.
free to proceed.
Okay, I am going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Are you gonna try to manhandle the civilian there?
Yeah. Because I think I can still 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I can still mark from the red line. So I'm gonna wait. Does grappling use up my ability to use mark?
If you're moving them as a minor action, that it's like a special unique action.
Okay. So yes, I would like to take them to safety. So
Okay.
I'm gonna move this way. Do I have to be inside the red line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then
I'll never forget you, mother of small bodies.
And I am going to mark the firebug.
Great.
And I'm pretty sure Kay can still has some anger for that thing. So I'm gonna direct Kay to use a volley attack against it.
Oh, so
You
I
do
get
get-
to attack again.
You do
Yep,
get
it's a
difficulty
reaction.
+1.
Correct.
All right, you know what? With that, I'm gonna use solar flare.
All right.
Unfortunately, I do not get the extra accuracy though, because I don't believe the target has any discord.
They do not currently have Discord.
But let me just make.
Wouldn't they get?
They don't, but
Would they get accuracy just from being in my aura?
No, that's only on checks and saves, not on attack rolls.
All right.
The
That's still
person
on my
in your
scope.
group that can give an aura bonus to attack rolls is the warlord if they put their flag down.
yeah.
So
Can she consume the mark in order
Yes.
to?
so
get
if
a
they
bonus?
consume
Yeah.
the mark, it'll give them 1 accuracy, 1 difficulty. They'll cancel each other out, so it'll basically just mean it's a normal flat attack, 1d20.
Oh, you could do
I
that?
got lost there.
So if you're attacking the firebug,
Yes.
you can consume the mark on them, and
Okay.
then your attack isn't harder. It's a normal attack, so it'll just be 1d20.
All right, I will do that. $13.
That's a hit. All right, so you were hitting with a solar flare.
Yes.
All right, so 1d3 astral, 1 discord.
Okay. So 1d3. And that's a 1.
Okay. Good and bad news. The bad news is the firebugs are resistant to astral and discord damage. The good news is when you do 1 damage, resistance doesn't actually do anything. So the one astral is going to get eaten by their armor, but they are going to take the discord damage.
Cool.
So they get armor piercing damage and they get 1 stack of discord. So even though they're resistant to discord damage, if you were to attack them later, they still, with Solar Flare, they still count as having discord.
A dot's a dot.
A dot's a dot. All right, and that was Warlord. I think that was everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A very efficient round 3. Anyone else? Phase 3. All right, so then phase 4. Anyone need to double move?
No, I think I'm pretty good where I'm at.
Yeah, I think everyone's now in the thick of stuff. So phase 5. PC went last, so I'll have a NPC go first, because this is where the firebugs and the expendables are going to go. So I'm going to activate the bloodied firebug, so that they do something before they die. They're going to use their destructive breath attack. So that is a close blast 2, which means it's basically a 5x5. That has to be next to them.
Oh gosh. Oh, that poor civvy.
Yeah, so they're going to target the Citizen and Broken Goliath. The Spectre is also going to get hit, but they're going to have cover. Or, sorry, they have line of sight, but they may not get hit. So, hey, let's consume the mark on the Helpless Citizen. Great, I hit the Helpless Citizen. Broken Goliath, I'm going to attack you as well. 19 hits your dodge. And against the Spectre, 15. Well, at least I didn't crit the Spectre. So in Beacon, crits are in a total attack roll of 20 or higher, not just a natural d20. So the higher level you get, the more potential crits you get. Alright, so damage for everyone, that is going to be 4 discord damage. So Helpless Citizen is technically not bloodied yet. But they do have 4 discord, so that is going to wind them down very quickly. Broken Goliath, you take 4 armor-piercing damage and get an additional 4 stacks of discord. So that means you're up to 5 discord now.
Let me double check something. Damn. Okay.
Alright, and that was a NPC slot, so PC slot for Phase 5.
Ooh, I'll do it. So, I was wondering, so with grapple, can I... I'm just want to remind myself, what does grappling do? So I just I would grab a character and then move its position?
Yeah, so for clarification, are you interested in grappling a citizen or an enemy?
I want to throw this guy in the lava!
Okay, so that would actually be a shove. Could a shove get them there? Let me just check something.
Well, the way I was going to do, I was thinking to just grab him and literally throw him in there.
Is he still concealed even though he's been hit with the dot? With
Yes.
Discord?
So it's until the end of his next turn. So here's the thing.
He's concealed, but I was right next. He did it right after attacking me. I think my character would have still been paying attention.
So mechanically,
Yeah, fair.
it is you know exactly where he is, and regardless, it's a 50-50 mischance on top of needing to hit them at all.
Mm.
So the way a grapple would work is they have to be adjacent. You have to roll to hit them. If you hit, then you and them are grappled. You're bigger, so the way being grappled works is you walk and they are stuck to you. They follow you around. So if you did grapple, you could move down 2 spaces, and that would basically push them into the explosion zone, but you would need to pass the 50-50 check, and then you would need to hit them with an attack.
I get. Okay, I see. If I want, but if I, that's tough. So I'm seeing the stuff here around Goliath. I'm also it's like, we got 2 people trying to hide away right up here.
Yeah.
So it's like,
So also, let me tell you what the explosion will do, since we've seen it happen. If you're in the area, you make an agility save. If you fail, it's 10 astral. If you succeed, it's half damage, so 5 astral.
But I'm still in. I get you.
So that's what it would do to the Spectre if you got. Well, I mean that's what it would do to you too. But since we're talking about putting the Spectre in it, that's how the Spectre would be affected. And you are weakened. So grapple, good news, doesn't do damage because any damage you do is half damage right now. And that's from getting hit by the Spectre's Withering Touch.
Okay, let's shove a bit.
We like the commitment.
Alright, so first, let's see. Roll 1d20. If it's low, it fails. If it's high, it gets past the invisibility. Alright. So it misses. Now, you do have that reroll table, because it counts as a miss. Do you want to use the reroll table and try again?
Yep.
Do you want to get marked, or would you like to provoke an or overextend, which is basically get an opportunity attack?
I'm going to provoke.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Either way, the only safe option for you right now is getting marked. Because if you take strain, you're automatically going to overstress, because you're already at your max. If you take overextend, the only person that can hit you is the Spectre, who, if they hit you, is going to overstress you as well.
Regardless, I was going to because if someone was able to come and protect me for the next turn, I was just going to take a short rest next turn.
Short rest happens after combats.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do mark.
Alright. Roll your 50-50 mischance again. Alright. So you pass the 50-50, now roll an attack roll to hit.
So which one is that one?
That should be just a simple 1d20. I don't think you have any other bonuses. Yeah.
10.
A 10 against the Spectre. That actually hits.
Oh.
Alright, so... Yeah. You want to move down 2 spaces?
Okay, let's go. So he hooks the underside of his halberd axe. There is like a hole or groove. He hooks it around the neck of the Spectre and drags him down before tossing him into the splash zone.
You see it digging its smoky, flaming, nails into the ground as you go
Quit your bitching! You had it coming.
He had it coming. He had it coming.
Okay, Chicago.
All right, so that was your standard, your movement. Cool. So I think that's end of your turn. You have Discord on you, so I need you to see if you get rid of your Discord. This is a magic check, so that's going to be for you. It's going to be 1d20 plus 1d6 because you're still in Bulwark's aura.
Okay, so I just gotta remember the. Let's see, /R 1d20. I think I got it right. So 1d20, 1d6.
There you go. A 10 is all you need to do. So you have now gotten rid of all your Discord.
Nice.
Which is a shame because that's the only thing that was going to eat through your hit points. All right.
What a shame.
And as a certain group of rebels in the 90s and mid 2000s would say, suck it.
All right. All right. So that was a PC slot, phase 5. Another NPC slot. I'm gonna have the firebug go. The other one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do they have enough to burn anyone? 1, 2. Yes. So they could still get, because you're so big, they could still get Broken Goliath and the Citizen again. So let's make some attacks.
R.I.P. Citizen.
Citizen gets hit. Is bloodied. They have 2. So the citizens have 10 hit points. So he's at the citizen has 2 hit points left and 8 stacks of discord. Broken Goliath, you also got hit, so that is another 4 damage and 4 discord.
Damn it!
Ouch.
And you were marked, and I would have consumed the mark when I attacked, so I'll just get rid of that. Okay. PC slot phase 5. Actually, just to check, has everyone gone, not counting releasing the channel ability? Has everyone taken their turn?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so then I'll roll through the rest of the enemies in phase 5, and then we can do our channel.
Okay.
Our releasing our channeled ability. Alright, so the only ones that are left are expendables. They're gonna get her forward. Get her. Alright, come up to Broken Goliath. 2.
Oh, do we have someone here for me? Yay, I get to split a skull.
Yep, so Broken Goliath, we're gonna get a little bite attack at you.
Can I interpose?
No.
You don't have
I
have focus.
Don't think you have focus. Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
Broken Goliath, 6 versus your dodge.
My dodge is 8.
Okay, it misses. It probably actually hits you, it's just not actually bothering you. And then we're going to come down here and skitter and try to bite and claw at Flamewalker, the squishy. When they have the option between the 3 armor tank and the actually admirably armored, you have 1 point of armor, but the much squishier Phoenix, we do the Phoenix. 9 versus your dodge, Flamewalker.
That hits.
Alright, you take 4 physical, which gets reduced to 3 because of your armor. And you are now grappled by the expendable. The expendable is smaller than you, so that's not actually super beneficial. That actually means you can walk around and they get dragged. However, that does shut down your ability to take any reactions. I don't think you had reactions you were going to take.
No.
So it just mostly means you have a kobold latched onto you right now.
Okay. They're
And
really
I
not
keep
gonna let
forgetting-
me.
I keep forgetting to consume the marks. Every time there's a mark available, I'm going to consume the mark. So, retroactively, I consume the mark. That just means I would have hit more. Alright. And Flamewalker, you are bloodied again.
Damn it.
Alright, that was everyone phase 5. So that means all we've got left is phase 6 for our channeled ability.
Alright, thrones. Do it to it.
Drones?
Ember?
Yeah, sorry, got distracted.
All good.
Don't worry, you're not the only one. Hi, cat.
So what's going on?
Oh, you
Well,
teleported again.
you're flying around.
Oh boy! Oh, God damn it! I gotta move this. Here, I'll move this here. Where was it again? All the way at the end.
Yeah, you were there.
I was right there.
So Gust of Wind, basically choose an enemy within range 10, and you get to deal auto damage and slide them 2 spaces, which means move them 2 spaces in any direction. Oh no, I just realized what you can do.
Ooh! Hit that one into the square.
Now, auto hit also bypasses invisibility. Yeah, so if you want to target that one, you automatically hit them, deal 2d6 damage, which you can roll for, and then you can push them 2 spaces into the explosion area. Alternatively, you could hit the bloodied firebug here to try to take them out, but getting the specter in there is probably a better. Once they start being invisible, they're hard to get rid of. So being able to damage them and then push them into the explosion zone is probably the right call. Are you there, Ember?
Yeah, I'm here. It's my turn, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about going flying yet. I moved my thing so I can move my plate so I can move my mouse, and I started pressing down on the arrow button again. And that's what caused the flying.
Alright.
I wanted to explain that, but I'm using the Gust of Wind.
And we highly recommend using it on the specter that's outside of the box and pushing it into the box.
Yes, that's the plan. I was
Yes,
planning on
please.
aiming at it no matter what.
Great. So
Yes,
it's an auto hit, so all you need to do is roll 2d6 for the damage.
okay, roll 2d6. There we go.
Great. 5 damage. And how about there? In sliding it into the explosion?
Yeah.
Perfect. Alright. That was great. So it was phase 6 you had already moved before, so it was just resolving the rest of the channel. Alright. That puts us to the end of the round.
So, I've already mentioned that I'm going to be surging.
Oh yes, that's right. Did you want to surge in phase 7?
Yes, I did.
Alright. So the way surging works, the first time you do it, it's a flat surge cost of 2 stress. So you just take 2 stress.
So I'm taking that. Let me update that on there. Okay, you already got it. And guys, I'm gonna warn you now. I'm using a limit break.
Ooh.
I'm using my
Okay.
limit break of Super Volcano. Oh crap, I don't have channel. Shit!
Oh.
I deserve that.
So about that limit break.
Never mind.
Next turn.
You could do that during phase 8. It would still have the effect of it's not going to come into play until phase 6 next round, regardless.
Next turn.
That is a long time.
Nonetheless, I'm actually just going to do myself the favor and hit this little bastard right here in front of me with, let's see, which would be the
Sorry,
better
Zach.
option? Magic missile.
Well, it definitely
or
can't be the
rapier?
rapier because that's gone, right?
Nope, not using the rapier.
All right. So the way full attack works is you can make basically 2 attacks with 2 different things. So for example, if you couldn't attack with solar flare twice, but you could do solar flare then immolate, or immolate solar flare, magic missile and solar, like any combination of 2 different things.
Okay, I can do that.
Two different
Squad-based
attacks.
combat, like tactician style. I'm guessing it's not turn-based. I'm thinking more along the lines of like Dynasty Warriors Empires or
back
something, where
away.
you're delegating troops and armies to specific locations to enact things.
What was that?
Oh, sorry. I unmuted for nothing. Sorry.
Alright, so I'm actually going to use Magic Missile first on this expendable here. And I am going to, that's a
So,
D20.
For every, so it's 1 NP to use for 1, but you could spend multiple NP to target additional characters.
You know what, let me do that. I am going to use extra MP on this one, and I will use an extra 2, not only to target that one, but to add more.
It's not a increased damage. It's just increase how many different targets you want. Each person can only be targeted once.
Okay, well, let me just spend the 2, and I'll hit this bastard here too.
Also, you've got a mana potion,
Yes.
which is a minor action. So you could spend all your mana this turn, and then if you still had a minor action left, get it all
You know
back.
what? Hold on a minute. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Is he
Because,
in? Is he in range?
There's another expendable over here that already took some damage.
Corner to corner. Guess what? I can also hit the firebug. Oh no, I've only got 4.
You got scope 15. You can get anyone.
Well, I've only got 4 mana points right now.
Oh, there's
So
your limit.
I gotta choose. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going for both these both the bloodied enemies and these 2 expendables.
Okay, 4 MP spent. And guess what?
Roll D20.
No.
Oh.
It's just. Hold on, let me just check something. But this. Is it an attack or is it just a thing that happens?
Let's see. For every MP spent, you deal 1d6 force to a different character within range, with damage rolled once for all targets.
Yeah, it's not an attack. It's just a thing. You deal damage, but it's not an attack.
That's not an attack.
You just deal the damage.
All right. So
We'll
what's my
take the thing.
damage?
We'll take the thing.
So roll damage once, and that'll be the damage applied to everyone.
All right. So what's my damage gonna be?
1d6.
All right.
Oof.
3.
Okay. So 3. Alright, so the expendables technically always count as bloodied. Like, just because that makes them weaker, and certain people have abilities that trigger off of enemies being bloodied. But this expendable is now actually bloodied. You hit the elementalist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, was already bloodied, is even more bloodied. You hit this expendable, right?
Yes, I did.
Alright, this expendable is gone.
And
And
I also
who was
hit
the last
that
one?
firebug.
Alright, they've got 2 armor, so they only take 1 damage from that one.
Alright. How'd they get back on the table?
that
Because
expendable
I
outta
pressed
here.
Control Z, which I didn't mean to do.
Oops. Alright, and let's see. Now you said that doesn't count as an attack.
Nope. That was one of the 2 things you like.
I got
Mechanically, like for example, the specters have a 50-50 miss chance when they're invisible against attacks. Magic missile would bypass that.
Gotcha.
It still counts as one of the 2 action attacks you can do right now.
Alright, and I'm gonna go ahead and use my minor action and consume that mana potion to put me back at full on mana points.
Okay. And then what do you want to do for your second attack?
We are going to use. Let's see. And how big did you say my AOE was around my target?
It's whoever you target. It's a 1 space radius around whoever you target. You're talking about immolate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not gonna work. Okay.
But you could do building fire.
Oh, that's true. Oh.
Which just
I
amps the
could
damage.
because there is somebody that has Discord.
And the marshal. And the marshal's not resistant.
Oh yes, we're gonna do that. So that's a D20, correct?
Yep.
16.
That's it.
Let's go.
And yes, we are definitely using building fire. So for the crowd, if the target already has Discord, this attack deals 1d3 plus 1 Discord instead of 2. Now, I believe I already deal 2 Discord with my attacks because of me being being a phoenix.
Yeah, basically anytime you deal Discord, it does +1 Discord as a phoenix.
Okay.
So
So-
they already have Discord. So your damage for this would be 1d3 plus 1. So it would be 1d3 plus 2 damage is your final damage roll.
Okay. 4.
Okay. So that breaks that temporary fire shield they had on them.
Oh, what does that do to me?
Maybe something bad. Let's see. So the fire shield. So your attack's still going through, but as it explodes, so your attack hits them, shatters this fire shield into tiny little motes of fire, which then seek you out and start zipping to you. I need you to make an agility save.
Okay, so fuck, that's +0.
And then just plus 1d6 because of the paladin aura.
All right, so 1d20 plus 1d6.
Yep.
14.
Okay, you're good. You don't take a bunch of discord.
Yay!
She just gobbles up that fire.
Yep. Yeah, basically. Yeah, this is a fire versus fire battle. All right, and the marshal is now up to 7 discord.
Sweet.
Alrighty. Anything else?
Nope, I think that'll do it.
Okay. So, I believe that'll put us at the end of the round. So, we can drop a fireball.
Fire,
No!
fire, here, here.
Take him out!
Burn them to a crisp. Bye.
Smoldering crater now. You're no longer grappled, Broken Goliath.
I just
That's
have a question really quick.
Yep.
How much longer do we have left of the game?
About half
We
an
are
hour.
going to. So I need to run to the bathroom. We're going to do one more round.
Okay.
And then we'll finish it
Yeah,
up.
we can do that.
Ah, okay.
Area 5, by the way, is where the next explosion is going to be. I swear I am randomly rolling these.
Where is? Oh my
Oh,
god!
shit!
Oh my god! So you guys are just gonna grapple him and stay there, right? Like the true heroes you are, right, Beacons? Go team!
Fuck off.
Hey, John, I have one question. Hit the doubt button.
That
Yeah,
tiny
you know what?
expendable is already grappling Flamewalker. You see the shadow as Ember Scale flies overhead, and you see that glowing warp through the clouds as another fireball comes down, and that expendable, who is already grappling Flamewalker, just straight up jumps onto your back like a backpack, expecting you to carry it away.
We have to, Tim. John has a button for your statement of you swear this is random.
It's a little sussy.
Alright. So we're gonna begin round 3. I need to run to the bathroom real quick, but
Break
it'll
time.
be do you guys have one?
We could take a 10-minute recess, but we're already so close to the end.
Yeah, I'll be 2 minutes.
All right. In the meantime, Arisa is just going to be cussing up a storm, cursing the
Yeah,
dragon, cursing the expendable, trying to get the stupid thing off her back, but her arms are too short, so she can't quite reach. She looks over at Bulwark. Get this fucking thing off me!
Don't you hate when you get that itch, that one spot on your back where you can't reach it?
Mother's down here. She thinks she's sweating, but no, it's just her metal melting a little bit. she's been close to the fire a little too much.
Goliath is just looking at the remains of the specter that just got melted. That, like, whatever remains is left is attached to his halberd axe, and he's just slowly picking it off. Don't want you, don't need you, get
There's
on.
a part of me that's wondering if the expendable moving to do that kind of getting on the back
The
could
piggyback.
provoke
Uh-huh.
opportunity.
We can find out,
Maybe.
because that
Wait.
is technically a move action. Because they
Yeah,
can
game the
jump.
GM.
Because if that is, I would like to ask it some very important questions.
Ask it with your fist.
Nah.
He said, axe him some questions.
Axe.
Excuse me, I would like to ask you a question.
Did you say ask me a question?
He pulled a Jim Carrey.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody recognized the quote.
Ace Ventura.
I will openly admit that is the one classic Jim Carrey one I have not seen.
What?
I've seen everything. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't. Like, I've seen one or two clips, but entirety, no, I have not seen it.
Oh my god, it's freaking hilarious.
Well, I've seen the hippo scene.
No, not the hippo, the rhino. And that was When Nature Calls.
That
Okay,
was the
fair enough.
sequel.
Fair enough.
And
You do not mess with the dough!
okay, first off, I would be remiss if I did not invoke the to-do list.
Uh-oh.
You will see it in Sacricity chat.
Uh-oh.
Did you see the news story? Oh no, headset busted. Also, Monk, did you hear about the news story about the guy who actually did name a machete kindness and try to kill people with it?
All
A
right,
man
folks,
after his own heart.
give our DM just a minute. His headset is not working.
Okay.
Or even better.
Random acts of kindness.
All right. What about now? Am I back?
There we go.
Yay!
There we go.
Welcome back.
There
Welcome
you
back.
go.
Quick question, Tim.
Yeah.
Would that expendable jumping on my back count as a AO attack of opportunity?
No, he was already technically grappled to you. This just switching the grapple from scrambling onto your trying to scratch at your face to getting on the back.
All right.
Damn.
He wrapped his legs around you and got on top.
All right. Phase 1. Anyone want to go before the Elementalist?
If anyone needs to refresh, now might be a good, or refresh there for the healing. Now might be a good time. I can use my trait to help out because I've got healer's burden. You guys use recovery.
Yeah,
Wanna
I
say
can
you
also
back?
use take a breather for anyone using refresh.
Can I move down?
And our Dwarf Lifeweaver can also do it themselves once per scene as a free action. But it looks like you're fine.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I'd rather let my recoveries be used for others.
I'm actually going to take one of those recoveries and get back up to 9.
All right. I'll go
All right.
ahead and take
Does
on the
that work?
burden on that.
Does that work on Discord or not? Because I think that's the main issue for me. I need to get rid of the Discords.
So here is how. So the specific action for that would be recover. The way it works is there's two sets of choices. First, you can either get all your MP back, get rid of all of your stress, or spend a recovery to regain all of your hit points.
Yeah,
After that, you then can choose one of the following, which is reload all of your reloading stuff, get rid of all your discord, get a condition that wasn't caused by yourself, or get rid of a condition from an adjacent ally that also they didn't give to themselves.
So yeah, if you want to use a recovery now to get your health back up and your discords removed, now might be a good time to do it.
Yeah. So broken Goliath, for example, could get rid of all their stress and clear their discord with that action.
Does my
Mine,
take
that
a
uses
breather
your
take
turn.
effect with that too?
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
it
almost...
does. It is. Let me just check something. Actually, yeah, it's not a once per round, so it's every time a person does it.
Great.
Someone else gets 1d6 plus 1 temp HP.
Goliath
So
is
Flame-
even more.
So Flamewalker, you've already decided to do that, right?
I used my recovery option to get all my HP back.
Okay.
Okay.
So that means Mother of Small Bodies, you can give someone 1d6 plus 1 temp HP.
And I've still got my
yep.
temp 5, don't I?
No, you already used that. If you got attacked afterwards, you already used those.
Okay.
Up.
Yeah, that's expended. Yeah, I'll go ahead and use that on K, on Firewalker, Flamewalker.
All right. So roll the d6.
Am I rolling that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
roll
it's
one,
your temp HP you're giving out.
D6. Okay.
You said I could get rid of stress. Am I
Ooh.
also part of that?
If you decide to take the action.
I would like to take the action.
All right, everyone's refreshing. All right. So Flamewalker gets 7 temp HP.
Nice.
So temp HP, unless you're a specific class, doesn't stack. You only take the highest source. But 7's a massive
I
amount.
mean, that's pretty high.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not
all
feeling
right,
so
so
squishy right now.
Flamewalker used recover. Who else is using recover?
You get a recover. You get a recover. You get a recover.
I will not. So I want to have a fight with the gecko.
All right. Thrones, did you say you were recovering?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll take the burden on that one.
Okay. So if you're getting, well, their HP is at max, so they don't need to take the HP recovery option.
Temp one, yeah.
Yeah, but our warlord still gets to do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another 1d6 plus 1.
That's a 4.
Alright, and who do you want to give that to?
Well, Kay is using it. I mean, sorry, Ember is using that, yes?
It's actually, they trigger
pick?
you giving it to someone. They have to be within range 10 of that character, but you can give it to them. Or you can give
Wait,
it
so I'll
Goliath.
just give it to Goliath? Wait.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll give it to Goliath.
Alright, so Broken Goliath gets 4 temp HP.
Oh.
Help a buddy out here.
Okay. So we are wrapping down or running out of time. So here's what I'd say. Oh, the one citizen that was on fire.
Mhm.
Yeah, they did burn to death.
No.
Ah!
I don't know, I don't see it, so whatever.
Jim, no! He was my favorite Jim!
That's real nasty. That's a bad way to go.
Oh,
Glad
Dave
I
never
can't burn to
changed.
death.
Shut up, Dave.
What? I'm just saying, it looks painful. Glad I don't have skin. Anyway, in the interest of time, what I'll say is you all get one. So we're gonna go completely out of normal. How it would normally work. For everyone that hasn't surged, or sorry, for everyone that didn't refresh, you can take one full attack action in like your phase 7. So basically, you can double attack or whatever. For anyone that did recover, you can do one attack. So you can do one phase 3 or phase 5. You're trying to clear the board of as many other things as you can.
Okay.
And then the enemies will go, like, I'll do the enemies real quick and explosions to see if there's anyone in explosions.
I do have a question.
Can I use-
Am I allowed to start channeling?
Yes.
I'm gonna channel then.
All right.
Had
And I am channeling my limit break.
Okay. Super volcano. The ground
Yes.
starts shaking.
The ground starts shaking as Flamewalker's trying to get this stupid little bastard off her back. Get off of me!
Safety. Right?
No.
And we're not doing NPC order or anything, so you guys can go in whatever order right
Yeah.
now.
Goliath.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me double check my movements.
Full attack is 2 attacks, right?
Yes.
Wait, do we have one more limit break?
Hey.
Because I want to use follow my lead.
Yeah.
No, we have
Yeah.
two. No, Ember, you did not use your limit break, right?
I wanted to use my limit break.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Hold on. I'm
So follow my lead is anytime I perform a standard action, an ally of my choice can perform a standard action from the same phase as a reaction.
But that would give someone an extra
Someone
full
else.
attack.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
since we're doing doubling on phase 7, then Ember can have it.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
well,
so if
before
you're
that, let me. I already move because I like. I want to have fun with the gecko right here.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Gecko. I'm gonna take. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take that heavy club, and I'm gonna go for an attack.
Okay. It's 1d20 minus 1d6.
Yeah. It's 2. $1d20 minus 1d6.
Oh, it was almost a crit.
Oh.
Now you could use the reroll table to fish for a crit, but you run the risk of rolling low and missing.
Hell no! I'm going with this one.
All right. So that's a hit. Do you want to? So you've got a choice. So it's going to be 3d6 damage, and you can use your reckless trait to make it an extra d6 at the cost of things are easier to hit you with. But if you use reckless, that would be 4d6 damage.
Reckless.
Roll 4d6. 13. All right. With the armor keeping it alive, it is now bloodied. Yeah. So it is hardcore bloodied. Deep gas going down this firebug. This big gecko.
Geckos don't earn the right to speak.
Bonks you upside the head with the butt of his club.
All right, so you get another attack. It basically needs to be with your rune spear. So do you want to go after the firebug again?
I feel like gecko for supper.
All right, so that would be just a flat 1d20, no penalty.
18.
That's a hit. 1d6 plus 1.
Two.
2. Just enough to take out the gecko.
Ooh!
Nice.
Very nice.
We're having gecko for supper!
There
if you
you
still
go.
have movement, I suggest you move back away from the marshal.
I moved 5. I got speed, so I'm just moving. I can only move back 1.
I think that might be just enough.
All right.
I had a bit of cleanup that I'd like to try doing if you don't mind.
Go for it.
All right. Now with those two attacks, does it have to be the same weapon both times, or
It can't be the same weapon both times, but it doesn't
Oh.
have to be the same target both times.
Oh, good. Then that works perfectly because first off, I'm going to axe the expendable a very pressing question.
Yeah.
So, what is reliable for?
Means even if you miss, it still does 4 damage.
Oh, good.
And even if you roll lower, it'll always do at least 4 damage. Like if you roll lower damage.
All right. And since this is a melee weapon, is it still a straight D20?
Yes.
All right.
Oh!
Reroll,
I'm
reroll
taking-
table?
Yep.
Alright. Stress, mark. Oh, you can't do mark. So stress or opportunity attack?
Um.
I take the stress.
Yeah. Let's take the stress.
Alright, roll 1d3 for your stress. And then roll the d20 for the attack roll again.
All right.
1d6.
Alright.
Ouch.
Oh!
That's fine, it's the first stress you've taken. Alright, now roll the d20 attack again. There you go. A 10 against an expendable will hit.
Mm-hmm. And that is, let's see, 1d6 plus 7 actual damage.
Let's go!
Yep.
That's better.
That
He's
takes out the
min-maxing.
expendable.
Yep. So, so Firewalker doesn't have to worry about an expendable on its back because now the expendable has no back. And just as a bit of a follow up, you see Bulwark sheath the axe, then spin around and target that elementalist with the shard shredder.
Oh yeah. Same thing, just a flat d20.
Mm-hmm. So.
My mouse almost fell off.
That's a hit.
All right.
2d3. So close. It's still hanging on.
I don't think I can re-roll damage.
You cannot. That's a special thing that only some things can do, like the orc.
Since I didn't actually attack, I could go, can I?
Yep.
Yeah.
All I did was use my trait. Let's see.
Yep.
Oh, the Elementalist is still up.
Yep.
Let's fix that.
Also, Bulwark, you might want to skedaddle out of that zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, Forger, you're up, and you can make 2 attacks.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I think you're in range for both the Elementalist and the Firebug.
Yeah, but I can use the same attack twice.
Fair enough.
And okay, actually no, it doesn't matter. My both my Forbidden Tone and Arcane Bolt are within range.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start with the Arcane Bolt on the Elementalist.
All right, roll it.
Okay, it's 1d and 1d20 plus.
Arcane Bolt is accurate, so it's a d6 accuracy. So 1d20 plus 1d6.
And I'm guessing the aura doesn't affect.
No, that's just checks
Okay.
and saves, not attacks.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Just double checking.
Yeah.
Help if I add the R. 16. That definitely hits.
That definitely hits. Roll me some damage.
All right, 1d3.
It had two hit points left.
Let's go!
Hole rips through it in its already tattered cloak as it goes, "My beautiful cloak!" Oh. Alright, and then your Forbidden Tome is an area. Everyone's spaced out though, so it can't hit
Yeah.
2
the
enemies anymore.
Yeah, best bet. My best bet. I could. Let me see. Could I hit him from here? Oh, I could.
Yeah, you could hit anyone. It's also arcing, which means it could go over the houses, but you don't even need to do that to hit anyone here.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's see. How much health do we know how much health the Firebug's got left?
It's bloodied, and it's been hit a few times while bloodied.
Yeah, you know what? I think.
But you also know it has 2 armor.
Oh yeah, good point.
It does have Discord on it.
It does.
Yeah, but my attacks are weak as shit. I'm better off hitting the Marshal.
And you don't stand any chance of being retaliated against by any sort of magic because I already took care of his shield.
Exactly. So yeah, fuck it. Gonna use my Forbidden Tome on the Marshal.
Alright. Roll it.
Same roll. 1d20. Yeah, no, that's not accurate. Yeah.
It's not accurate, so it's just the d20.
Fair enough. That's still a decent. I think it's still gonna. 12. I'll take that.
Call down the explosion, and that's a hit. Roll me the damage.
All right, 1d3 plus 1 lunar. What's my lunar at? Where is my lunar?
Oh, lunar's just the damage type.
Oh. So I just guess he just was 1 lunar damage plus 1d3. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just, damage is 1d3 plus 1. 2.
I'll take.
Alright. He takes some of the damage. Alright, the leader's still not bloody, but you can see that he's getting panicked, like, no, no, no! We don't have time for this. Alright, who's next?
I'll go next. So, Flamewalker is going to skedaddle out of the range. And the ground shakes further with each step she takes.
Actually, you're channeling right now, aren't you?
Oh yes, I do have to wait. Damn it.
The way we're doing this, you don't need to wait. Like, everything's happening before they go.
Okay. So, with each step Arisa takes closer towards the marshal, the ground is starting to rise and warm under his feet. You shouldn't mess with fire, 'cause you will burn. And with that, she throws her hand up, and right under him, she releases a size 3 volcano. So, on release, you create a size 3 volcano, a piece of terrain within range. The volcano destroys any objects, including terrain, other than objectives in its spaces. Characters in these spaces are considered to be atop the volcano. I mark here, here, here. I'll let me go slower. So, flow 1.
Oh, hold on. Mark it again, please.
Flow number 1. Flow number 2. Flow number 3.
Do 3 again, and remember they have to be adjacent to the volcano or another lava flow. Okay, yeah, so where's 3?
Top corner. Flow number 4. Could that count as flow number 5?
Yep.
Alright, flow number 5. And, we'll make that flow number 6.
Great.
So, perfect! Berserker is just out of range. Alright. So, lava flows are dangerous terrain, agility 5, discord. Characters within or adjacent to the volcano or a lava flow receive a +2 difficulty on checks to clear. On subsequent turns, you can spend 1 MP as a minor action to add or remove up to 3 lava flow spaces. And volcano and lava flows end until the end of the scene, or last until the end of the scene.
Yep, so this marshal is going to take a lot of discord and probably not be able to get rid of it, which then means they're probably going to die from the discord damage.
Perfect.
What is happening? They scream as they get raised into the air as a volcano grows under their feet.
And I can see him standing very precariously at the lip, and the volcano gives a final rumble as the flows start flowing over, and him teetering very dangerously.
Alright, who else?
Alright. Has Thrones gone already? Because I know they said they wanted to do a limit break.
No, they haven't gone yet.
Might be AFK?
Amber,
Yeah.
you're up.
Okay. It's time to use my ability if I can find out something to do. Tempest Storm.
So we've still got that firebug there, and the marshal is standing quite precariously on the lip of the volcano.
I'm going to use it on them. Do I have enough space? I create a 4x4 storm zone within range. Storm lasts until the end of the scene, and the space are difficult terrain. Characters in the storm create or enter its space take 1d6 plus 4. I would like to spend 1 mana to do it.
Alright, so first you create it. So where do you want to put it? And you deal damage to whoever basically is in it when you create it. You can't get, unfortunately, both the Marshal and the Firebug in the creation.
I'll get the Firebug.
Alright, so Firebug first. It just happens, and it's a limit break, so they're awesome. So it just, like, there's no attack roll or anything. So roll me 1d6 plus 4 to see how much damage the Firebug takes.
1d6. That's a 5, and then
Plus 4 is 9.
roll a...
Plus 4,
Roll.
so 9.
Yes.
So that destroys the Firebug just right off the bat as this Furious Tempest Storm is created. It just... How does it get rid of the Firebug? Does it, like, blow them away, shoot them into the atmosphere, hit them with lightning? What happens to them? What do you want to happen to the Firebug, Ember?
I want it to
Narratively.
be slowly torn into bits and pieces till there's
Aye.
nothing left but just small bits and pieces of them on the ground.
Excellent. I like that. Yes, the Firebug, the wings come off first from the wind as it tries to stabilize itself, and just the shredding, furious nature of the wind, combined with all the heat and smoke from nearby, just rips it apart. All right. So, and we now have a Furious Storm. That's here and would last until the end of the scene.
Alright, has everybody
Is
gone?
there anyone else left? I think we just have Mother of Small Bodies.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. So I think all I can do here, because I think I used all my movement. I think all I can do here is mark it up.
It's a new round, so you still have your movement.
Oh, I do? Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Well, don't mind me then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's move up there. And I have 2 attacks, you said?
Yes.
Okay, I think I can only use 1, which is my heavy bow. So I'm gonna go ahead and just shoot him with a heavy bow, and then mark him afterwards.
All right. Do the shot first.
Okay, this is roll d20, right?
Yeah.
Roll d20. $15.
15 hits. Roll me some damage.
Let's go. Okay, this one is 2d astral. Roll 2d6. That's a
Alright.
5.
5 damage, and he gets pushed 1 back, which puts him through some lava.
And then I'm gonna mark him and have Kay finish him off. Close us out.
So am I still? It's still technically channeled, or is that just for the
No,
super
it's
volcano?
Yeah, it was just for the super volcano. So the way we're doing this, it's already released now.
Okay. All right.
He is in there.
so We are going to use Arcane Explosion, and I'm definitely going to use the 1 MP to increase.
You can't do Arcane Explosion because that is a channel
Shit,
ability.
that's right.
They are granting you
can
a
use a
follow your
volley.
flight.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. You know what? Screw it. Immolate.
Yeah.
All right, and that was
More fire.
20. Oh my god, no!
Oh my god!
You got your reroll table.
Oh, I know, that's what I'm doing, and I am no longer marked, so I'm gonna take in danger.
Great.
Yep.
All right, so you are marked again, and also it's a new round, so the strain option is also available again.
That's 13 minus 1.
That hits.
Alrighty, and let's see. I am going to spend. Or he already has one Discord. So, yeah, building
It's
fire.
just 1d3 plus 1. Or 1d3 plus 2, because you're a phoenix.
Burn, baby, burn.
Ooh.
5. That's the best roll I could have gotten with that.
Yeah, so the storm bow hit bloodied them. This brings them down to almost dead, and the amount of burn they have is more than the amount of hit points they have.
Sweet.
Plus, on their turn, they'd make another check because they're in a volcano to take more damage, and then their chance of passing that save or passing the check to get rid of the discord or take the damage is basically 0. So I think it's safe to say that Marshall is going to burn in that volcano.
Burn in hell, bitch.
You haven't seen the last of us. Oh. That looks real nasty. Again, I'm real happy I don't have skin.
Never change, Dave. Never change.
And at that point, we just go, Dave!
Smack him right into the lava.
Well, no, I mean, he's a fire elemental, so it's not going to hurt him.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Well,
In
there's
that
a well
case,
right there.
Yeah, give him a. Take the.
We
Give
are
him to the well.
not, we are not killing any more civilians.
I don't have bones. I forgot. I'm not actually stuck under this tree. Anyway, can I make you guys some tea or something?
We got some
You know
gecko.
what? You know what? Hold on a second. Grab Sammy and gives him a swirly in the lava.
That's fair. I think I deserve that.
You think?
All right.
Wait.
And that will be the end of the combat scene.
Amazing.
Congratulations. You have succeeded. Only one civilian was lost. And in addition, so we'll wrap up. Anyone that needs to go can go right now. The way beacon quests work is that once you finished a quest, regardless of whether you succeeded or failed, you would gain a level, which lets you pick, increase the rank in the class you have or pick a new class. And you also get a loot crate.
Ooh,
So-
big gamba.
Yeah, so everyone gets a loot crate. A loot crate gives you 3 random pieces of loot from which you can choose 1 to keep. So I'm gonna start posting your goodie loot crates in the Discord chat. Loot is unique to you. It by default it cannot be traded. Like one of the most common house rules is people are allowed to trade loot. I just didn't put it in the default rules because I didn't want to have people giving. I didn't want to have that one charismatic person convince people to funnel all of their good stuff to them. But it's a common house rule to allow it. So yeah, you all get a loot crate.
Ooh.
And
And what
if for
things
some
are-
reason, whatever is, if you got 2 of the same option in your loot crate, let me know and I'll re-roll it. I'm just quickly throwing them in here and not looking at the results.
Shauna, did you see one of Neff's comments earlier?
Which one?
Yes, embrace your inner Zampia.
Yes, I did.
Oh, God.
Ember and John, did I give you the exact same loot crate? I
I
did.
think you did, because I think
Oh,
you
you
gave me
did.
hers, because none of these are going to do me any good.
Yeah, John, let me get you another one.
Like,
Spiffy.
So, in between quests, you have the ability to take downtime actions. Some of that could include, for example, if you've got loot that you don't actually care about, you can break it down into residuum to increase your future gacha game results with the loot crates.
Oh.
They are so random. I did not balance the loot on purpose, and the game has no way for you to intentionally get a specific piece of loot because they can be unbalanced, and that is the fun of the game. At any given downtime activity, you can completely respec your character. You can
I think
change
you gave
everything
John and
about your
Monk the same
character.
one.
Yeah, it's an intentional part of the game. If you get a cool piece of loot and you go, oh, I want to change everything about my character to use it, you can. If you've made a completely broken combination of things and your GM comes to you and says, okay, we've had some fun, we need to close the door on this, the base rules support that.
Well, I already know what I'm keeping from my list.
Ooh,
Hold on, Mildra, I gave you. God, why, John, do I keep giving you and someone else the same thing? Mildra,
I
I'm
don't
giving you another
know.
one.
Alright,
Thank
let's
goodness
see
I'm
what-
off today.
Mildra, here's your new one.
let's see. I'll swipe, vampiric touch, and orbital strike.
Let's see. Chainblade, Oath, Bow, and Convert and Convert equipment.
I think
Yep.
I'm going to keep Orbital Strike myself.
Mhm.
Yeah, so out of 3 options, you get to choose one. The way it works is it basically goes into the arsenal of things you can choose to equip to your character. So whatever you pick for loot isn't automatically going to follow you on every quest. Basically, you've got a limited number of weapon slots, support item slots, and techniques that you can bring in. And this is basically just another thing you can choose to equip if you have the space for it. You'll always have it, so even if you choose something and you're like, it doesn't fit my character this level. 3 levels, you get a new class and go, oh, this would work great for that. It's still there. You can choose to equip it. And yeah, on the character sheets, there's also a space for you to add in whatever you got to loot, and then it should just follow you around.
All right.
See.
Where would we place those on our character sheet?
That's an excellent question. Let me re-pull up the sheet that I accidentally closed out of. Okay, on the right-hand side, to the right of talents, there's a section for loot, and there's a drop-down that'll have every single piece of loot. It should be alphabetical. Just scroll down until you find the piece of loot, and select it to add it in.
There.
Oh,
Perfect.
All right.
All right.
And that is our very abridged, quick, little sampler taste of Beacon and Beacon combat.
Mhm.
Not bad at all.
Yep.
That was definitely an interesting take on how to do combat.
Mhm.
Yeah, for anyone familiar with Lancer, the basic mechanics of the game have a lot in common with Lancer. That
In fact,
intentionally.
I distinctly remember you sweating over it when Icon was
Oh yes.
made public, and you thought, Massive is doing Lancer but fantasy, and then got relieved when you realized, oh wait, Icon isn't anything like Lancer.
Yeah, it's not. It's great. It's nothing like nothing like Lancer, which is great. But the biggest difference would be the phase system. Lancer doesn't have that. It adds a level of little complexity with knowing when the enemies are going to go, being able to plan around what the enemies are likely to do, when they're going to go, balancing how quickly you want to go with go slower and do more, and which was hard for me when I was getting used to Lancer at the beginning. It has a lot of actions, getting overwhelmed with the actions when my turn rolled around. So having the phases splits it out into, instead of a lot of options at one decision point, a lot of smaller decision points along the way of what to do.
But yeah, this was definitely interesting, and thank you for being patient with all of the technical shenanigans and other shenanigans that ended up happening throughout this. And I don't know when it will happen, but Beacon will be revisited in the future. I know that when I finish Legend Edition, Beacon is one of the games on the short list of going, okay, how could I merge the concepts? And Tim, for a bit of context, Legend Edition is nearly finished.
Ooh.
We are working on the layout for the advanced rules, and then once that's done, there's going to be a few final editing and art passes, and then that will be ready to go. We just put out a bestiary thing because the bestiary is done, but it's too big to be put in the core book, so we put it in a separate book.
Oh, nice.
Because
I'm looking forward to reading it.
Yeah, even the beta is like 400 plus pages. So adding the bestiary to that, which is 200 monsters and a bit more in depth with individual ones. So it's not like I can just slap a random stat block like this is more litigious games. Especially since each one has a scaling stat block that goes from levels 1 to 20.
Yeah, that would be a lot. Yeah, Beacon's already chunky at 400 pages. Like most of it's options. Like you don't need to read 400 pages of a book, but that's a big book.
Yeah, which I knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
But once that is all situated, I'm going to be going on a press tour regarding that. But like was said, that will more or less cover things when it comes to Beacon. We'll be revisiting it at some point. I'm certain of that.
That's great. And I would, we showed off a little preview of, basically how combat works in a very quick way. The narrative side, Beacon splits combat and narrative into two very distinct modes of play that don't connect. Like they connect, but they don't overlap. So you don't have to worry about making choices between, ooh, do I pick the thematic option or do I do the thing that increases my DPS? You just do both. So the things that you do to create your characters and even create the setting, every game of Beacon can have its own setting and it has the rules for that. And people make super interesting worlds. Every time I've created a reflection with people, it's been the coolest thing ever. So it'd be cool to see that again as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously, while that wraps up Cloister for this week, tune in next week, folks, as we do session 0 for Untold Destiny. And this will be an interesting case because for the first time for what is going to be a micro campaign throughout the month of March, I'm not GMing. Because the forever GM, Dean Hill Jowett, who has visited this temple in the past, has volunteered his services, so I get to be a player in a micro campaign for once.
Yay! Now Monk gets to see how it feels.
Wait.
But I will be right back.
Okay.
Oh crap, guys, why is Mildred smiling?
I'm always smiling. I've been, but in addition, what I will also note is tomorrow will be a special instance. I'm not doing Geek Watch. Instead, I am doing a big old collab of the open beta for Mecha Break, because giant robots are a man's dream, and as Oda had said, a man's dream never ends. So keep an eye out for that, and of course, there's going to be plenty of craziness going on throughout the next few days, including what I've got planned on March 2nd. But you'll see on that soon enough. So until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.